The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, appearances for the day, please.
Commissioner, if the Commission pleases, Scott, initials AD is my name. I will be appearing to assist the Commission with respect to the first two witnesses, Mr Brown and Mr Keeling. Sorry, Miss Keeling. Mr Gregory with Miss Marsh will appear to assist the Commission with respect to Mr Hirschhorn.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran.
Commissioner, I appear today with Mr Glover and Mr Vial of Council.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth.
Right. Yes, Mr Scott.
Commissioner, before proceedings commence, I understand Miss Hogan-Doran has a matter to raise.
Yes, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I have ascertained an issue as to witness access to classified emails, the Commonwealth's witnesses. I can confirm to you that Mr Jones, who was called to give evidence, was it yesterday?
It blurs, but I think it might have been the day before.
Mr Jones and Mr Brown have both been given, or have each been given access to their classified and unclassified emails for the purposes of them giving evidence. That is, that they have had access to all relevant material. However, Ms Keeling, who is on today's witness list, has not been granted access to her secure emails. I have conferred with counsel assisting and I have spoken with the witness. The evidence that she is being called to give today, I understand, is unlikely to be affected by that limited access, but that her future evidence may be, and that will be taken up post this hearing.
Just explain to me, how does it work? Who makes these decisions?
Commissioner, I'm seeking urgent instructions confirming how that has occurred.
I don't suppose it's malice, but it's certainly obstructive.
Commissioner, I can't assist you in either respect. I don't know of anything at this point that would indicate in any way that it is malicious.
No, and as I say, I'm not suggesting that for a moment, but it sounds like the bureaucracy gone a bit mad in a way that has the potential to interfere with the functions of this inquiry and something that needs remedying. And I'm assuming it's the bureaucracy.
Commissioner, I'll start that again. Commissioner, as I understand it, it has only affected witnesses who were previously officials of the Commonwealth, who had to have material made available to them and it had to be produced to them for the purposes of them providing their statements. The witnesses we have seen already, that is Mr Jones and now Mr Brown, are both former officials of the relevant department. It's the logistics of that material being extracted and provided to those witnesses that I apprehend is the issue. Mm-hmm. I have sought in the last 2 days to remedy that in respect of those witnesses as they have come on. Ms Keeling, and got to Ms Keeling, I understand that it may not, so that's all we have to say about those 3 witnesses. There are no additional witnesses this week that it would affect, and I'm having the position urgently reviewed in respect of any witnesses next week.
Thanks, all very consistent with your very cooperative attitude, Ms Hogan-Doran, and I'm grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Scott.
Just one further matter of housekeeping, Commissioner. I don't anticipate this witness and Ms Keeling to take more than a bit over an hour, but perhaps that's sufficient for Mr Hirschhorn to be given a not before time of 11?
Certainly, 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If we do get some idle minutes anywhere, I've still got a ruling to give, so I could probably do that somewhere along the line. All right, thank you.
In that case, Commissioner, I call Cameron Brown.
Yes. Mr Brown, an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation, please, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly declare?
Sorry.
Your response will be, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Brown, could you please tell the Commission your full name?
Cameron Arthur Brown.
And it's the case, isn't it, that you received a notice to give a statement from the Commission
Yes, it is.
and to produce documents relevant to that statement?
Yes, it is.
You provided a statement in response to that notice dated the 27th of October 2022?
Yes, I provided a statement. There are minor amendments to the statement, which has arisen following looking at my email records.
Can you please, with reference to the paragraphs in your statement, just identify the corrections you wish to make?
Yes. Paragraph 10, where it reads from about December 2013 to approximately 23 November, that 23 November should read 17 November. At the end of that paragraph, I would also like to state that I took leave between 16 and 23 October 2014. In paragraph 11, where it begins on or about 23 November, that 23 should read 17 November. At the end of that line, in paragraph 11, where it reads on 23 November 2014, it should read on 17 November. In paragraph 13, in the final line, where the final sentence is, I did not return to the DSS in any capacity after 23 November, it should read 17 November. In paragraph 23, where the paragraph begins, between 1 October 2014 to approximately 23 November, it should read 17 November. And at the end of that paragraph, it should read, in addition, I took leave between 16 and 23 October 2014. And they are all the corrections or amendments.
Thank you, Mr Brown. Is the statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender Mr Brown's statement and notice and hand up a list of documents for tender today.
Thank you. And you've given a copy to Mr Hogan-Doran?
I believe it's been provided.
I do, Commissioner. I'd ask my friend just to confine his tender at this stage to the evidence of Mr Brown and not the balance of the documents. There is an issue in relation to one later in the day.
All right. Well, I'll admit the statement and the notice and the compliance measure document and some record of a conversation between Mr Jones and Brown, and they'll be exhibits 152 to 155 in the sequence on the schedule.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner, the list I have begins at 151 and Mr Brown's evidence finishes at 154. Are we adding one number from yesterday?
I imagine that's the case. Yeah, that is correct, Ms Hogan-Doran, I'm told by my associates.
On the job with Commissioner, thank you.
Mr Brown, is it the case that since preparing this statement, your statement, you've identified further documents relevant to your statement and provided them to the Australian Government Solicitor?
Yes, that is correct. I have had a chance on Monday and yesterday to look through some of my email records. I would note that the emails which were provided to me were not complete. There was a small selection on Monday. Further emails were provided to me yesterday morning. They were not complete. There was a missing month. Further emails were then provided to me in relation to that missing month. which was actually probably the key month in question, which is over October, November. I would just like to make the statement that I am not fully confident that I have seen all of my emails, given the difficulty in retrieving them from the archives and their incomplete nature when they have been provided.
When you say or refer to emails that have been provided to you by whom?
They're provided to me by the support staff here at AGD and AGS, and I assume they come from DSS.
And how do you satisfy yourself as to the inquiries that are made by those support staff to identify relevant documents?
Well, does he satisfy himself? It doesn't sound as if he does.
Yes.
I can't. I don't have any means of doing that.
So in other words, are you entirely reliant upon the support staff that you referred to identify relevant documents?
Not to identify. I've gone through my emails to identify the relevant documents, but is that a complete sort of library of my documents? That's what I am not able to satisfy myself in regard to. I don't have access. I no longer work at the Department of Social Services, so I don't have any personal access to that, which Senior Counsel raised earlier.
Mr. Brown, are you prepared, if given the opportunity, to review any further documents, and if any further relevant documents are identified, to provide them to the Commission?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So if I could just come back to those further documents that you've identified since preparing your statement.
Yeah.
Do you have a bundle of those documents in front of you with an index to them numbered, with documents numbered 1 to 8?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Commissioner, some of these documents are already before the Commission and have gone into evidence, some haven't, but I do have a copy of the bundle with the schedule which I can hand up so you can follow this evidence.
Thank you.
I should say the bundle with the index has been provided to me by legal representatives for the Commonwealth. So apart from your statement, I assume you've got your statement in front of you there, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I do.
The documents referred to in your statement and the additional documents we just discussed, do you have any other documents before you that you're referring to?
No, I just have those documents just printed out for ease of reference.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Brown. Now, you are presently the Acting Assistant Secretary of the Health Branch of the Department of Finance?
Yes, that is correct.
You've held this role since about 18 October 2022?
Yes.
And noting the corrections to your statement earlier, previously you were a director, or the Director of Payment Integrity and Debt Management in the Department of Social Services from about December 2013 to approximately 17 November 2014?
That is correct.
Thank you. And you reported in that role to someone called Murray Kimber, the Assistant Secretary of the Department?
Yes, that is correct. And
at various points in your employment in that capacity, you acted as Assistant Secretary of DSS when Mr. Kimber was on leave?
Yes, I recall acting for short times when Mr. Kimber went on leave.
Thank you. Could you just turn to paragraph 29 of your statement, please? And could that be brought up on the screen? And called out that paragraph. Now, you say there that while you're employed with DSS, the general practice of the DSS was that when a proposal was raised by a stakeholder that might affect social security law, internal legal advice was sought to ensure that the proposal accorded with law. Where the DSS received internal legal advice that a particular proposal was not consistent with the law, it would rely on the advice to push back on the proposal. If the legal advice supported the DSS's opposition to an idea, there would have been a greater justification to push back on the idea. Do you see that?
Yes.
When you, in that paragraph, use the term proposal, are you meaning to refer to what's known as a new policy proposal, or the word proposal in a different sense?
I'm referring to it in a broader sense, which would also encompass new policy proposals. However, in that sense, it's any idea which was presented to the department, we would, if it affected social security law, we would then seek advice from our legal area as to how that accorded with the law.
Just to assist the Commission in a definitional sense, the term new policy proposal, that has obviously a particular significance within the Commonwealth, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, it does. It has a formal, really a formal meaning, which is really the vehicle through which the new policy proposal, if it was to proceed, would be attached to a Cabinet submission, and that Cabinet submission would then go to Cabinet for consideration. In particular, it would go to the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet, and that would be the document upon which they would rely to make a determination as to whether it proceeds.
Thank you. Now, you recall in mid to late 2014, DHS, the Department of Human Services, raised a proposal with DSS, the Department of Social Services, involving a process known as income smoothing to calculate debts owed to the Commonwealth by social security recipients. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall how you became aware of that proposal?
I believe, to the best of my recollection, that initially it was raised verbally in a meeting, and then further detail was sought over the ensuing weeks or potentially months. I don't have a clear recollection of precisely when it was first raised. However, I can see from the ensuing emails that we must have received more detail in regard to it. However, I've not been able to find in my email a actual sort of written submission or email from DHS to DSS saying, well, this is what it is. That may have been determined verbally through contact between my staff and DHS. However, I cannot find a document to support a written proposal. It certainly was not an MPP.
Okay. Do you recall who first raised it with you?
From my recollection, it was, I do not recall who raised it with me. I know who it was probably likely, and that is Mr. Mark Withnell, the First Assistant Secretary who we were dealing with, or it was potentially Scott Britton, who was, I think, the Assistant Secretary at DHS. However, I am not 100% certain of that.
When you say Mr. Withnell was the person you were dealing with, in what capacity were you dealing with Mr. Withnell?
We had regular or semi-regular meetings with our counterpart at DHS to discuss ongoing issues. There were a number of sort of major pieces of work which were proceeding over the course of 2014, not least of which was the negotiation of a new performance agreement framework between the Department of Social Services and DHS. That framework I'm happy to go into more detail about. However, in answer to your question, those meetings were as I said, regular. I remember Mr. Withnell and Mr. Britton attending. Certainly Mr. Kimber on our side attended, and I recall Ms. Foster, my first assistant secretary, attending those meetings on occasion as well.
Okay. Now, income smoothing is a process involving an assumption that a social security recipient earns the same amount of income for each fortnight that they are in receipt of a benefit, correct?
Yes, income smoothing is where you know how much they earn over an extended period of time, and then you apportion it equally into fortnightly allotments across that period of time.
And it would be right, wouldn't it, that for many recipients of social security, that assumption in reality would be wrong, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those with variable income, such as casuals, shift workers, people who undertook loading, so like overtime, etc., that would be wrong.
And it would be right, wouldn't it, to make that assumption with respect to all social security recipients without further evidence in support of it would simply be speculation, wouldn't it?
It would be speculation, yes.
So would it be right that when you first became aware of this proposal, you held concerns about whether it would be lawful?
Almost immediately, my staff, Mr. Jones and Mr. Lawrence, in discussions with them, we identified that there was really no way of taking an annualised figure, which is what the proposal was, and for the bulk of recipients to smooth the income without further investigation into what their fortnightly income actually was. So yes, it was very clear from our perspective that such a means of determining fortnightly income and therefore means of determining entitlement and debt raising was not supported by the legislation.
And when you say you held concerns, may I take it from what you've just said that you weren't the only one within DSS that held those concerns?
No. Certainly my team held the same concerns as we discussed it through. We discussed it with Mr. Kimber. So yes, no, it was not just me.
So your team all expressed agreement with those concerns being held?
I recall in particular Mr. Jones and Mr. Lawrence working on this matter. I had other team members who were not involved, who had sort of very discrete responsibilities within the team.
Okay, and those two other people you've mentioned, they had the same concerns, correct?
Yes.
Can I just ask that paragraph 30 of your statement be called out? And Mr. Brown, could you just read that to yourself without reading it aloud? And I'll ask you something about it once you've read it to yourself.
Okay.
I'm just going to read the relevant part of that paragraph that I'm going to ask you about, which is, I recall that one of the concerns I had was that the automation policy seemed to have an analogy to the speculative invoicing issues that were being reported in the media in relation to the IINet and Dallas Buyers Club practices and litigation. See that?
Yes.
What do you mean by speculative invoicing?
Speculative invoicing in that particular context was where the notion that, of course, a lot of illegal downloading was occurring of movies at that particular time and other sort of media, and that there was this notion which was being discussed in the media and elsewhere that people who had downloaded in particular that movie, but other movies, that their ISP addresses, I think they're called, could be given, and therefore notices would be sent out to a very large number of people, which would indicate that the person had illegally downloaded and that this was the penalty for pirating. However, if that individual settled or paid a certain amount, then the matter would be dropped. So that's kind of that's my understanding of speculative invoicing at that time. And I felt that there were similarities in this proposal in that the debts would be arrived at in a manner which was not in accordance with the legislation. Notices would be sent out to those customers, putting the obligation on proof on them, or they could enter into a repayment agreement with DHS. So that I felt there were similarities. At the time, I felt there were similarities between the practices. They're not exactly the same. And, I note that in terms of illegal downloading, people were actually doing that, whereas in this particular instance, many of those customers would have absolutely done nothing incorrect.
Right. And so you held concerns about the lawfulness of the proposal, correct?
The lawfulness of the proposal and the sort of ethical basis of it.
That it was potentially, indeed probably, unethical.
I felt so.
Thank you.
Can you expand on that? Why did you think that?
Well, a lot of the individuals who would end up receiving these notices would be the onus of proof on what they earned over the period of time, stretching back potentially years, would be a level of proof which they simply would not be able to substantiate. And unemployed people are almost by definition, they have very vulnerable cohorts within them, and that there would be people who would enter into agreements to repay debts which they had not incurred in the first place. And I felt that the practice as a result was unethical. There would, of course, be people who, those debts were legitimate. And there would, of course, be people who would be able to prove their income within the period. However, the potential group who DHS were proposing to send these notices to was much broader. But I would note that there was not a lot of detail as to the proposal, and it was a very initial stage of the proposal. And certainly in policy development, it's quite iterative. So there were, of course, avenues for the proposal to develop and to be more appropriately targeted as it went through the development process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, what this led to, is this right, was that at your instigation, your team decided to seek legal advice in relation to the proposal from the department's internal legal unit, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I assume it was at my instigation. Normally an EL1 would not seek legal advice on their own. They would need approval. So it was either at my instigation or just in agreement with Mr. Jones and in our discussions that we mutually arrived at that decision. But I was the director, so yes, it would be at my instigation.
All right. And would this be right that towards the end of October 2014, the process of drawing instructions to the lawyers for them to provide that advice was in the works?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we have up on the screen the document from Exhibit 64, which I understand has been redacted now, which ends with the last 4 digits, 0018.
What's the status of this, Mr. Scott? Is it an exhibit? Or?
It is. It's Exhibit 64.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Commissioner, could I inquire through my learned friend, in terms of Exhibit 64, I don't have a barcoded version. Is he referring to a particular email or a document with a particular date?
I am. It's the second email in that bundle, which should have the last 4 digits, 0018.
And is that an email dated 28 October 2014 at 9:11 a.m?
It is.
Thank you.
I've been told by Deloitte to read out the full number. I apologise.
Senior counsel, well, I don't appear to have that document.
There's every likelihood that unless solicitors assisting have provided this bundle to Mr. Brown, that he will have to look at it only on the screen. He won't physically have it. He doesn't have Exhibit 64. Thank you.
I thank my learned friend. The full document ID should be CTH.9999.001.0018.
And it's up now.
Thank you, Commissioner. We could just scroll down.
This should have turned up in your email, shouldn't it, Mr. Brown?
Commissioner, I still cannot see the document.
Ah, I see. What's the technology behind this, Mr. Scott?
Perhaps I can blunder on without the document.
Are there likely to be many in this category? Should we be standing down for 10 minutes to send Mr. Brown a few things?
Commissioner, could I confer with my friend? Because the document I thought he was referring to is not this document. The one I said was 9:11 a.m.
Shall I go away for 10 minutes?
I'm so sorry, Commissioner.
It's all right.
We'll work together and come with a revised
okay.
list of documents.
Look, I'll just be around the corner. Let me know when you think you're in good shape to go. Thanks.
Apologies.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short break. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
We got a solution?
Yes. He now has a screen. I apologise for that, Commissioner. Now, can you see that document in front of you, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I can.
Just for the record, this is taken from Exhibit 64, document ending 008. Sorry, 0018. Can you just confirm that you have read the part of the email from Mark Jones dated 28 October 2014
Yes.
to Cameron Brown, starting with the words "Hi Cameron" and ending "Regards MJ"?
Yep. Yes, I can. Senior Counsel.
And have you read that?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Can I just reiterate the question I asked you before? Should that not have turned up in the emails provided to you, and did it not?
Commissioner, it did not, and it's pretty clear that I do not have all of my emails.
Okay, thank you.
And are you satisfied that this email from Mr. Jones is setting out proposed or draft instructions for the legal advice that was under contemplation at this time regarding the DHS income smoothing proposal?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
All right. And in the opening words, please find, it says fins, but it clearly means fines.
Yeah.
Please find enclosed the request for legal advice. Does that satisfy you that at some time before this email, there were active discussions happening regarding getting legal advice from your department's legal unit about the proposal?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can I just ask you about some words that appear on the line, the fourth last line, starting "happy to discuss." In particular, the words, I'm hoping they're worded carefully enough to not immediately put in doubt the evidence level.
Yep.
Do you recall
Yes.
Do you recall the context of that statement at all?
Not really the context, but I probably was quite cautious that the questions had to be flat and not prefigure the position which we had arrived at. Sometimes where you request legal advice and where your language is perhaps not sufficiently open or flat, or you get a very narrow answer. And we really didn't want a narrow answer to this question. We really wanted to start off with, there are a number of different issues. I think at the bottom of this document, because I've got a later iteration of this document, the questions set out the concerns which we had, but I wanted those questions to be flat, not such as, we believe X is the case, is X the case? Because you then just get a very specific answer.
So you're not a fan of indicating the desired result in your instructions?
Well, no, not particularly. I would not go so far as to say that I have never done that. However, certainly not in this case. And it was also, Commissioner, I think it's important to note that this is very much at the start of the sort of policy formulation process. And so at the start, we're probably trying to find out as much of the surrounding context and legal context as possible and trying to tease out different issues. So certainly we were aware that there's complexity in how notices are given, whether a notice is actually received, if it's mailed to someone, or not received because they didn't open it. There are a lot of different issues, and we were very keen on keeping it very open at this particular point in time.
Thank you.
And thus, there's sort of, I think there's 6 questions which we sent to our legal area for clarification.
Okay. That can be taken down. I'm going to ask you about another document which I am confident you have. It's document 3 in the bundle of documents that you have.
Yes.
And on the commission system, it should be, I think, Exhibit 154 with the doc ID CTH 9999.0001.0026. That could be brought up. That is CTH 9999.0001.0026. Can you tell us what this document is, Mr. Brown?
When I received my emails yesterday, attached to them were about, I don't know, half a dozen to a dozen instant messages. So I think we had a Skype system, and this comes from that. So this is Mr. Jones, obviously asking me whether we should go to AGS. There's a sequencing issue with what Mr. Jones is saying. You would not go to AGS before getting formal legal advice from your own internal legal area.
So this
and
is...
so, sorry, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please continue.
So where I'm saying, let's see what they say, let's see what our people say.
Okay, so just to be clear, the subject matter of this conversation record is the question of who to get legal advice from in respect of the income smoothing proposal from DHS.
Yes, I only have that fragment, Senior Counsel. I do not have any more. However, the date, the context, and also me saying black and white tells me that, yes, this is almost certainly, I would be fully confident that this relates to the legal advice in relation to income smoothing.
Okay, so the first message is from Mr. Jones at 2:57 p.m. on the 27th of October 2014. It says, Cameron, with this legal advice, do you think there may be a case for going to AGS? The ISIS, presumably that means issue, is I believe we have to ask for AGS input rather than legals going to AGS if they believe it's appropriate. Otherwise, the response back may be to go to AGS. See that?
Yes.
Now, AGS, of course, is the Australian Government Solicitor.
Yes.
And the question that's being asked is whether instead of going and getting internal legal advice from the department's legal unit, whether you just go to the Australian Government Solicitor instead to get this question answered.
Yes, that's correct. But typically you cannot go to AGS without going to your legal area first.
Okay.
It is a sequencing thing. I would also note that at this point in time, there is no NPP. There is no, in a sense, formal product. So we actually don't really have anything to go to AGS about. Typically, you would also go to AGS once a legal issue was identified, and in particular, if that legal issue was identified in relation to an NPP, which had some sort of status. So by status, I mean either it is attached to a cabinet submission, or it is a NPP in response to a cabinet comeback, or it is an NPP which has been commissioned by the minister or their office. But this was an idea which we had received from DHS. We were in the process of seeking internal legal advice, and subsequent to that legal advice, that's where the decision would be made to go to AGS.
Okay, so just in terms of the examples you gave about legal issues with respect to cabinet proposals and other types of situations where you'd go to AGS, am I right in understanding that there would be situations where there's a particular proposal under consideration by government that has particular importance to government and a legal issue is identified, and given the importance of that proposal, the legal issue is referred to AGS for advice? Is that a fair summary?
That is a fair summary, and I would state that I cannot recall ever not going to AGS in where there is that situation, where there is some sort of ambiguity, where there is an identified legal problem. As the NPP develops, as it goes through its process, there are checks and balances at the back end of the NPP to do with risk and the legislative, whether legislation is necessary, and including the regulatory impact statement, which is necessary for many NPPs. So as the NPP goes through its sort of policy life cycle, there is a point at which, have you gone to AGS? This is a little bit sort of not clear. We need AGS advice.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you about your response to Mr. Jones' question at 2:57 p.m, which I'll read out. Let's see what they say. It's spelt suspect. If it is not black and white, then we may need to go to AGS. And in saying if it is not black and white, are you referring to if the internal legal advice does not provide a definitive answer, then it may be necessary to go to AGS? Is that right?
Yes. I mean, there's a little bit of hindsight here. Yes, if there is any ambiguity, I was saying that we may need to go to AGS. However, what is actually implicit in that is that if it is black and white, such as the legal advice which was subsequently provided, the policy would not proceed any further in its current form. It would need to be reworked so that it was in accordance with the legislation, or the policy proposal would need to propose legislative change in order to make it so. So I think there's a little bit of an assumed knowledge in my reply.
But we're interested in your experience, Mr. Brown, and bringing that to bear on what's known now. So you've seen the Jordan advice.
I have.
What would you have expected to happen next?
That's the end of the proposal in its current form. It does not accord with the legislation. The legal advice was black and white. It was as definitive as I've ever seen. And the proposal needed to substantially change in order to proceed. And the most obvious way that would change would occur would be a proposal to amend the legislation if there was the strong desire to still proceed with the proposal. And I mean by strong desire, normally from the minister's office or the minister themselves.
So are you saying that if you want to carry out this averaging process and send out notices to people requiring that they stump up on the basis of an averaged income, you need legislative change to make that possible? If
you want to raise a debt on that basis, and if the sort of the linkage, which I'm probably not the one to speak to in this regard, but the linkage between the assumed debt, which is calculated through the smoothed income, and then the link to actually sending a valid notice to an individual, and then the link to either negotiating a debt amount. All those sort of linkages are, I think that the legal validity of those I'm probably not completely au fait with, but
Okay,
yeah,
there's a few problems. It's not just the averaging, it's the sending of the notice, it's the requiring of a response along
Yes,
the line. And I suppose legislative change which articulates a proposal to require, to enable raising of debts on this basis mightn't be all that attractive looking?
No, it would not be attractive, Commissioner. And I think there were quite, just from memory, passing legislation was not particularly easy at that time. And
Why
yes,
was that?
it wouldn't. Just the
Senate or?
the position of the Senate, the position of the House, probably not the House, but position of the Senate. I don't recall a lot of necessary legislation being passed over that particular parliament.
Thank you for that. Sorry, Mr. Scott, I've interrupted you substantially. Back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very helpful with respect. Can I take you, Mr. Brown, to another document which you do have, and which is our Exhibit 153, which is the document with the last 4 digits of 0001.
And you'll need to read it out, I think, if you want it up.
CBR.001.001.001. Do you recognise this document, Mr. Brown?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, and is this an email from Murray Kimber to a number of people, including yourself?
Well, it's an email to our Deputy Secretary, and yes, I am in the address
Yes.
line, the 2 line.
Okay. And the Deputy Secretary was Serena Wilson?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's dated the 12th of November 2014?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is prior to the internal legal advice that had been sought, was being sought, had been delivered?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the first 2 paragraphs discusses the proposal for income smoothing by DHS. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the observation by Mr. Kimber is made in the last paragraph that's highlighted. As a broad concept, it sounded okay. However, as we discussed, it did have a number of issues. You see that?
Yes.
And then I'm interested in the last sentence. We expect legal advice in coming days to confirm that it is not appropriate under current provisions and would not be expected to hold up to scrutiny or challenge.
Yes.
And then the next line is, we'll now take this off the table for further consideration and advise DHS once we get the final legal advice.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then it refers to Plan B. Do you see that? In the middle of that highlighted passage.
If you could just scroll it up a little bit, the picture of myself is blocking the right-hand side of it.
Commissioner, might I just
Yep.
assist? This should be document 6 in the bundle of Mr. Brown's documents.
Oh, yes, yes.
that he produced.
Sorry.
You should have it in hard copy with him.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And so what is that referring to?
I did notice I didn't particularly focus on them, but I did notice in my emails that there was proposals for, well, I don't know if they're proposals, there's emails relating to undertaking a proposal to recover high value debt. So that may very well refer to where, in a similar sort of way, where high debt is identified, that the sunk costs of investigating that debt, which is generally approaching employers for pay receipts for those individuals, and such investigation, which is generally quite a manual process. Nevertheless, because of the high value of those debts, it would be worth the return on it. The last sort of sentence, given the success of the existing measure, we can argue pretty well that it won't just be a sunk cost without return. So I think that's what it's referring to, Senior Counsel.
All right. So, but in very simple terms, what's being proposed is that instead of going forward with the DHS smoothing proposal, there was an alternative proposal that could be put up to satisfy the government.
Yes.
Thank you.
That email's got an American dating, has it, so that the month appears before the day? In other words, it's not the 11th of December, but the 12th of November? Would that be right? You were out of the country by December, I think.
Yes.
No, Commissioner.
No?
I have...
Sorry.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. The document I have got, which I think is... The one I have got says Wednesday, says WED, 12, the number, NOV 2014.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at one that says sent WED 11/12/2014.
Yes, Commissioner, which is why I am bringing this to your attention. And it also says 18:11:22. And it also, yes. So I think that's the same time. It's just that it's rendered in one version
Sure.
as...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as we're all clear that it's the 12th of November.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Brown, just in relation to the additional documents that you've identified,
Yes.
document 1 that appears to be an email from yourself to David Lawrence dated the 24th of September 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that refers to an attachment, does it?
Yes.
And is the attachment document 2 in your bundle?
Yes.
What's the significance of those two documents?
The reason why I provided these to the Commissioner is that while it is a draft, it's clearly a draft, the data in it actually indicates, if you look at particularly the table on page 3 of the attachment, the bar graph.
Do you want to put this up, Mr. Scott, or...?
I don't think...
Well, it may not be in a position to.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, this was provided to the Commission quite recently.
Okay, that's fine.
I understand it may have been provided to solicitors assisting last night, but it may not have made it to the system.
Commissioner, I can get another copy. Let me see if I may.
I was only worried about getting it on the screen for anybody who might be watching, that's all.
Commissioner, I don't think I can do that.
Okay, well,
I can give you've got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Right, Commissioner,
Thank you.
thank you.
But thanks for your help. Okay, we're at the bar graph.
Yes. Mr Brown,
Yeah. Well, I thought that it provided context as to why DHS is sort of starting to come up with new and quite sort of outlier ideas as to how to recover the debt. You'll notice that from 2010-11 to 2013-14 in the bar graph, the estimated overpayment, which is your potential debt pool, starts to rapidly outpace the total debt raised. And it gives an indication as to the operating environment, as to how the debt base and the unrecovered debt and the unraised debt was very quickly becoming a significant issue in terms of payment integrity and debt management. And I've more provided it as sort of, I don't know the level of background information which you're receiving. However, it does give an indication of some of the underlying issues which led to what ended up being this proposal.
All right.
Notion that there were pools of money out there waiting to be recovered.
Yes, and increasing pools of money.
Do you know, Mr Brown, whether the estimated overpayment amounts in this graph were calculated using income smoothing?
No, that's not how the estimated overpayments have come about. The estimated overpayments are a result of the random sample survey, which is undertaken by the Department of Social Services and DHS, which basically takes a random pool of a very large sample of recipients, and it reassesses their entitlement level. And from that, you get an indication of payment accuracy in terms of what they're entitled to. And from that, you can estimate what the total overpayment across all the payments, across all the working age payments and pensions is approximately.
So what data is used to ascertain there's been overpayments in those sample instances?
Well, individuals are actually, their entitlement is reassessed. So if they were currently on a payment where they were receiving, $400 a fortnight and they've been receiving that regularly, their payment is then reassessed as if they were almost applying again. And then an amount would be determined as to what their entitlement actually was. Now, very often there is a discrepancy between those two amounts, and that starts to tell you your payment inaccuracy figure.
Assessed against what? ATO data, employer information? What is it that you assess what they've indicated their income? Presumably it's a comparison of actual earned income and declared income.
Yes. You would be looking at their earnings anew. You would be looking at any other income that they may have. You would be looking at changes of circumstances. So they may be on a payment that their family situation may be shifting. They may be receiving a single payment, but then they've partnered up since. And so their actual entitlement may have fundamentally changed, and yet the payment which they were receiving hasn't changed.
But what are your sources of information when you do that?
You would be requesting the individual to just provide. It's almost like applying a new commissioner. It's almost going like, it's been a long time since I've dealt with this, so I apologise for my vagueness. But it is basically providing the same amount of evidence as what you would need to provide as if you were applying anew for a payment. And then you marry that up against what they were receiving. And that's how you find your payment inaccuracy. And because the sample size is so large, it's I think it's 20,000+. you do get a fairly accurate indication of payment inaccuracy, and as a consequence, you can get a fairly accurate indication of how much overpayment is out there.
What about underpayment?
Underpayment does occur as well. Yes.
Okay, so are there is it factored in the overpayment rising figure? I mean, is it balanced out, or is this just pure overpayment?
It doesn't balance out. Overpayment is more common, but nevertheless, underpayment, you know, the individual's entitlement would increase in line with what their new assessed entitlement would be. But generally speaking, from memory, underpayment is much less common. They don't balance out.
And these assessments of this sample are effectively a manual process undertaken by human beings,
Yes.
and with reference to further information provided by the recipients.
Yes.
Okay.
It is the random sample survey is a very well-established process. It has gone on, obviously, 8 years ago when I was involved. I'm sure it's still going on today. It is the means by which the Department of Social Services is able to provide assurance to government as to the accuracy of outlays.
Commissioner, I tender that email with its attachment.
Didn't you already? Or?
No, these haven't been tendered.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is it in your tender list? No.
Could I ask that it be made Exhibit 484, please?
Why 484?
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm looking
The
at
next number is 156, Commissioner.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, I was just handed an instruction. Yes, 156.
All right, Exhibit 156 it is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, what was the status of the message we were looking at before?
That's already an exhibit. That should be...
Okay, as long as you tell me it is.
Yes, it's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
Right. Document number 4 in your bundle, Mr. Brown. I don't need you to talk us through in chapter and verse, but can you just tell us what the significance of this document is?
This is the same as the our request for legal advice. It's just gone to the policy area. So normally where a proposal would arise, we would go for legal advice. And if it touched on a policy area, we would go to them for advice. So the people who Mr. Jones has addressed it to, which is Mr. Joyce and Mr. Cavalli, they were employed within, from memory, the means testing area of DSS at the time that I was there.
Thank you. And is this email seeking policy advice on the DHS proposal?
Yes, because the debt raising is a consequence of means testing, we would go to the means testing area just to discuss it, to make sure our understanding of the operation of it was accurate. So it's fairly standard procedure.
Okay. Commissioner, I tender that email.
That'll be 157.
Senior Counsel, if I may,
Certainly.
I note that the email, which I don't have a number on it, the email from David Mason to myself and Mr. Jones dated Friday, 7th of November, 2014.
This is, I think, sorry, what date was that, Mr. Brown?
The email response from David Mason to myself on Friday, 7th of November.
The next document in the bundle.
That's Exhibit 85, Commissioner.
And in my bundle, it's 5.
Yes.
Item 5.
Yes.
Yes, this is the response, really. This is the written response to us.
All right. Thank you. Can we go then to document 7 in your bundle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the significance of this document is?
I think this is the one dated Thursday, 13th of November, from Mark Jones to myself.
Okay. And is this email seeking confirmation from you to follow up with respect to, or to confirm that legal advice is sought from the internal legal unit of DSS?
My interpretation of this email is just Mr. Jones asking if we needed to clear it with Mr. Kimber.
Okay.
And the answer is no.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
158.
Last document in your bundle, Mr. Brown. This is an email dated Monday the 17th of November 2014 from yourself to Mr. Jones. Do you have that?
Yes.
What's the significance of this?
This is the last day that I worked in the Department of Social Services, so I was probably just tying things off. And this sort of dovetails onto from Mr. Kimber's email to Serena Wilson, which basically stated that we would have to close the loop with DHS after we had the final legal advice. So it's just a kind of final email from me saying, prompting Mr. Jones once we get it, or once he gets it, or DSS receive it after I've left, you need to talk to DHS.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
159.
Commissioner, that's the evidence of this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan-Doran?
Commissioner, I just want to ask Mr. Brown, you, Exhibit 155, could that be shown to the witness? Which is the email, which is the message of 27 October 2014.
The messenger conversation, is it?
Yes. Mr. Brown, in your evidence, I think you referred to having received a number of instant messages. Is that correct?
There was 6 or up to a dozen, but all the instant messages were just me chatting to friends who worked in the department. I can't recall any other which were actually work related. But the strange thing with it is that there's about a dozen, whereas in fact there would have been hundreds upon hundreds, because of course instant messaging is very common, even in terms of just friendly banter, or even in terms, especially even with my staff, such as what Mr. Jones is doing here, just confirming X is the case, yes, X is the case. It's odd that there were a very small number of those messages and not hundreds, if not more. It's odd that this one was in there.
Commissioner, I think I'm in a position to ask any additional questions of Mr Brown.
Okay, thank you. Mr Scott, anything? Presumably not.
No, Commissioner. Might the witness be excused?
Well, I don't think I am going to excuse Mr Brown. I'm sorry, Mr Brown. I'm not excusing you, not because I anticipate you'll have to give evidence again, but just in case, I think I would prefer not to formally excuse you so we don't have to, if something comes up, we can get you back. So odds
yes.
are against it, but just in case.
Commissioner, I understand that.
So thank you very much for your time, and I hope we don't have to trouble you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No, I think it's probably time for the morning break, so we'll adjourn until 10:02.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:45.
10:02?
10 to.
It's 11:50.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Scott. Oh, Ms. Keeling, do you take an oath or an affirmation? Affirmation for Ms. Keeling?
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Ms Keeling, could you please tell the Commission your full name?
My name is Lisa Marie Keeling.
And have you received a notice from the Commission to give a statement and produce documents dated the 24th of October 2022?
I'm not sure if it was dated the 24th of October, but I did receive a notice to provide a statement and to produce documents.
All right. And did you produce a statement in response to that notice?
Yes, I did.
And have you identified documents responsive to the notice and caused those documents to be produced to the Commission?
I was given access to historical emails on Friday the 28th of October, where I spent some time going through them to find relevant documents. I have produced them with my statement. So to the best of my abilities, I have identified all relevant documents, noting that that was also not including my protected enclave account from when I was employed at Services Australia.
All right, I'll come to that in a moment. But in terms of the statement, is that true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the statement and notice and the documents referred to in the statement.
All right. Well, I think that the notice is the first on the schedule. It'll be 160 and the various documents will go up to 226 on my calculation. Everything moves back 4.
Sorry, Commissioner, I just need to make sure I've got that right. Are you meaning to include
Down to other documents relating to Lisa Marie Keeling, which are presently 221 and 222 on this schedule. I think the last one would be 226.
Yes.
And we can number the ones in between. We'll just have to add 4 to anything you want to mention.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Ms Keeling, you mentioned, I think, not having access to documents on your secure email account.
That's correct.
Have you now been granted access?
No.
Okay. Do you anticipate that you will be granted access to documents on your secure email account?
I do anticipate that I will be granted access.
And can you assure the Commission that once you are granted that access, you will review documents on that account for any other documents that would be responsive to the notice
Yes, I will.
and cause those documents to be produced to the Commission?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. You're presently General Counsel, Legal Services, Corporate Division of the Australian Digital Health Agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've held that position since February 2022?
That's correct.
You've held various roles in the legal profession since starting as a graduate in the Australian Taxation Office in January 2003.
That's correct.
From 20 November 2019 to mid-December 2019, you became a dedicated legal resource for the income compliance program at the Department of Human Services.
That's correct.
What does dedicated legal resource mean?
That meant that I was taken offline to work specifically with the income compliance, I think it was called the modernisation team. This was after the program had been, the announcements were made that the program would be changed, and they were looking for opportunities to do that in a way that was consistent with the law. And I think it was decided that it would be good if I moved offline out of my substantive role to provide support to them during that period.
And by support, you mean legal support?
Legal support, that's correct.
Okay. And you then acted from mid-December 2019 to, is it January 2021 as Chief Counsel in that department?
It would have been January 2020, I believe.
I apologise. My apologies, my notes are incorrect. January 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you recall, I'm referring to paragraph 20 of your statement, being requested by Acting Chief Counsel of the department, Tim French, to prepare a report into whether legal advice had been sought and or provided at the commencement of the income compliance program.
Yes.
Did Mr. French make that request to you orally?
Yes, he did.
And were you in the dedicated legal resource capacity at that time?
Yes, I would have been.
Okay, I'm now referring to paragraph 22 of your statement. You state at paragraph 22 of your statement that it had come to light that the department had not received any substantive legal advice, that is the Department of Human Services, about the use of income averaging at the commencement of the program. See that?
Yes.
And by program, what are you referring to?
The income compliance program.
Also known as the Robodebt scheme.
That's correct.
I'm just interested in the last part of that paragraph where you say it had previously been understood that legal advice had been obtained at the commencement of the program. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. By saying it had previously been understood, to whom are you referring?
Within the department, I had started there in May 2019, and there had been general discussion that there was legal advice that the program was legally sound or had been obtained at the commencement of the program.
And are you referring to, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Were you informed by someone when you came into the department that legal advice had been obtained prior to the commencement of the program?
Not specifically. It was general discussion only that I can recall.
So what do you mean by general discussion?
There were quite a few people within the branch that I had moved into who had involvement with the program over the years, and there was discussion that, yes, there had been legal advice obtained.
Okay. You're including in that a reference to discussion with someone called Annette Mussolino?
I did not speak with Annette Mussolino about that at that time.
Did you speak with Tim French about that at the time?
I don't recall specifically speaking with Tim French. I do recall speaking with people who are within my branch.
Can you give us any names?
Mark Gladman is one. I can't recall anybody else, I'm sorry, at this point.
Just so I am clear on this, there was an understanding that somebody had given illegal advice at the start of this program that it was all fine.
There was never any discussion about a specific legal advice, but there was sort of general discussion about it. The legal advice had been obtained and the program had come under scrutiny at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Did this discussion descend into specifics about whether or not legal advice had been obtained with respect to the use of income averaging to calculate debts?
No.
All right. Can I call up document CTH.3009.0020.8026_R, please? Which is already an exhibit.
Do you know what number?
Beg pardon?
Do you know what number?
Exhibit number. It's 159 on the original exhibit list, but I need to just check.
Okay, we'll add 4 and that's 163.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Just well,
Commissioner, I think the problem is the last 2 digits are 16, not 26, perhaps.
it's the review, is
Yes,
it?
it is.
Yep, so that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just ask, going back to what we were just talking about, did anybody mention the fact that there had been legal advice about income averaging at all?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Keeling, do you recognise this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this document?
This document is a draft of a report that I had prepared, which looked into as it's titled, legal inputs into the development of the online compliance program.
All right, and is this as you say, draft report of the review that you were requested by Mr. French to undertake?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we just call out, please, the second paragraph on that page? Okay. And do you see that there, Ms. Keeling?
Yes, I do.
And there it's stated that the key question for the purpose of this review is why legal advice was not obtained about using Australian Taxation Office pay-as-you-go income data in the program to raise and recover debts. See that? That issue, for the purpose of the balance of our discussion, I'll refer to as the averaging issue.
Thank you.
And you go on to note that the answer to this question is obviously difficult because it requires an assessment of the specific state of mind of those involved. And am I right that in the course of your review, you did not speak to everyone that may have been involved in the program?
Correct.
All right, can we go to the third paragraph on that page and call that out? The paragraph commencing to this end. Now, it says, I have reviewed all documents about the program, including emails, advices, and so forth. Do you see that?
Yes.
In responding to the notice to you, were you able to identify all of the documents that you reviewed?
No.
Okay. Just at the middle of that paragraph, commencing, I have also discussed legal services involvement with a number of employees. Now, in paragraph 30 of your statement, Is this right? You identify the people you spoke to for the purpose of preparing this report?
The ones that I could recall, yes.
Okay. Those persons being Neil Collins, Craig Storen, Jason McNamara and Karen Harfield.
That's correct.
You can't recall speaking to anyone else?
I spoke to a lot of people at the time. I don't recall specifically their names beyond the ones that I have listed in my statement.
Did you speak to Melissa Golightly?
No.
Did you speak to Catherine Campbell?
No.
Did you speak to Annette Mussolino for the purpose of did you speak to any current or former ministers at the time?
No.
Did you speak to any current or former employees of the Department of Social Security?
I don't know whether any of the people I've listed were previously employed by the Department of Social Services at any point.
So the people you've listed being those people you've specified in paragraph 30?
That's right. I didn't specifically go to talk to anybody from the Department of Social Services in preparing the report, if that's...
Beg your pardon, I said Department of Social Security, but obviously we're referring to Department of Social Services.
Yeah.
Can we go to the third page of that document? And could we call out, please, paragraph 1.4. And I'm particularly interested in the words on the third line of that paragraph. It does not appear that there was a conscious decision not to obtain legal advice. See that?
Yes.
Did you base that statement to any extent on any statements that were made to you?
Yes, I did. Particularly commentary about how legal was involved with the program from the beginning. Okay, and what commentary are you referring to? That's what I recall of general discussions at the time. And you will have noted from the rest of the report that I did spend some time working through various requests for legal advice where it looked like there had been a specific intention to engage with legal. All right. So just so I understand what you've just told me, you based this statement on a combination of your review of legal advices and the general discussion you referred to early in your evidence to the effect that people within the department believed that legal advice had been obtained before the commencement of the program. That's correct. And in addition, the requests for advice, not just the advices themselves. Oh, yes. And those requests were in writing? They were. And they're referred to in your report? That's right. I'm also interested in the last sentence of that paragraph. It also appears that any risks perceived with using ATO PAYG data to establish the existence and quantum of a debt was offset by the view that the appeals process would mitigate any debts raised incorrectly as a result of the initial reliance on ATO PAYG data. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Again, is this a statement that you make based to any extent on statements made to you by people? No, that sentence was based on the review of the documents. Right. And any documents that were of significance to that conclusion, are they referred to and described in this review document? Yes, they are.
Can we then go to paragraph 1.5 at the bottom of this page? Call that out. The commencement of that paragraph states that it is likely that a number of factors contributed to legal advice not being obtained about the use of ATO PAYG data in establishing the existence and quantum of a debt. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I'm interested in the first paragraph under the section headed A, averaging was a long-standing practice. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the assertion is made that the use of averaging of ATO PAYG data in establishing the existence and quantum of a debt was a long-standing practice that was implemented as a last resort when other relevant evidence was not available. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the statement is made, it appears that the use of averaging was therefore considered to be legally acceptable and therefore low risk by both customer compliance and legal services.
Yes.
Okay. So when you say, or said in this document, it appears that, is that a statement based on your review of inferences that you've drawn from your review of documents or from other sources?
From the review of documents and also from conversations I had with people at the time.
Okay, and what people are you referring to?
The same people that I'd referred to in paragraph 30 of the report.
Okay. And then in the next paragraph in that section, commencing whilst customer compliance asked specific questions about the use of averaging, legal services did not specifically address these questions and advice is provided. See discussion of this at paragraph 3.5 below. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the statement is made, due to the perception that the use of averaging was low risk, customer compliance considered it unnecessary to further prompt legal services to advise on it. And I'm again interested in that last sentence, the words due to the perception. Is that a statement made based on review of documents only or what you've been told?
Just review of documents in this instance.
Okay. And then the last paragraph on that page, starting with similarly, whilst customer compliance asked specific questions about the use of averaging, legal services appears to have viewed these questions in the context of questions asked in the same exchange rather than questions about the use of averaging in raising and recovering debts as a whole. Again, is that an inference you've drawn purely from documents or were you told something to that effect?
Purely from documents.
Okay. Can then go to the next page. Section headed B, model of engagement. And call that out, those two paragraphs there. You state that in 2014 to 2015, legal services appeared to have undertaken a more traditional transactional approach to providing legal services. This broadly involved legal services being provided in response to specific questions rather than a more holistic project level, and questions being answered in the context of other questions posed in the same string of questions.
Yes.
Is there a different approach to a traditional transactional approach to providing legal services that you have experience with?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you tell us about that, please?
Certainly. I have also experienced other provision of legal services where you can have a dedicated legal resource embedded into a program to see the entire program end to end to identify risks as they emerge and evolve, rather than just in a question by question basis.
Okay.
Commissioner, I apologise interrupting. Could the redacted version of this document be brought up? This is the unredacted version. It may have occurred because of me giving the substituted final numbers. The redacted version gives effect to a ruling you made.
Do you know its number?
Yes, it's CTH.3009.0020.8016_R.
All right, if we can have that on the screen then.
Sorry, Commissioner, I said it was pursuant to a ruling you made. It's a position agreed with respect to legal professional privilege.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I must have omitted to you.
Doesn't matter, we've got the right thing now.
Thank you.
And sorry, you were saying just before that you'd had experience of other instances where a lawyer was effectively assigned to a project?
Yes,
Did that happen in DHS at all?
it does. Particularly there's a transformation business unit where they're looking at specific projects, sort of more end to end, and they provide effectively a higher level of service to those programs.
Do you know if that was available back in 2015?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Is your mic on?
Thank you, Commissioner. Could we then go to, hopefully we have the redacted version now, page 5 of the document. Could call out the heading on that page, legal engagement prior to the commencement of the program. Can you just speak generally, Ms Keeling, as to what this section of the report is intended to address?
This section of the report largely dealt with the extent to which legal services had been engaged before the program commenced.
Right. And we'll go through it in some detail, but am I right in summarising that you identified only 3 written advices provided by DHS Legal that dealt with the averaging issue in a general sense?
I think that's correct. I can't recall at this point whether there was anything else of specific relevance, but I expect I would have called them all out in the report when I put it together.
Okay. Can we call out, please, paragraph 3.2? And am I right in saying this paragraph deals with a request for advice made on 8 January 2015?
That's correct.
And is the relevant part of the request quoted there?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. You can call out paragraph 3.3. And am I right that your conclusion is, as set out in the second sentence that this request did not expressly refer to how the assessment outcome would be applied?
That's correct.
And therefore, am I right in saying that that request did not specifically call for legal advice on the lawfulness of the income averaging issue?
That's correct.
Could I then call out paragraph 3.4? This paragraph refers to an advice dated 9 April 2015. Do you see
Yes.
that? And am I right that your conclusion was that this advice did actually specifically raise the income averaging issue?
Yes, I think it did.
Okay. And perhaps I don't need to take you to it, but in essence, your conclusions, your analysis of the advice and response at paragraphs 3.5 to 3.7 is in effect that the advice and response did not specifically address the issue of income averaging and its lawfulness.
That's correct. That was my conclusion.
Okay. Then could we just go to the next page? Call out, sorry, previous page, I beg your pardon. Call out paragraph 3.8. And this refers to an advice in May 2015. See that?
Yes.
If we go to the next page, which has at the top of the screen the balance of that part of the advice with the words mechanics of raising and recovering. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And am I right that your conclusion was that this advice did not address the lawfulness of income averaging in the program?
Yes, that was my conclusion.
Okay. Can we then please go to page 9 of the document? And call out paragraphs 3.5 to 3.7. Sorry, it should be paragraphs 4.2 to 4.4. All right. You refer there to an advice in 2014 from the Department of Social Services,
Yes.
which noted that a debt amount derived from annual smoothing or smoothing over a defined period of time may not be derived consistently with the legislative framework. Do you see that?
Yes.
There is a statement made at paragraph 4.3 that there is no evidence that DSS shared this advice with the department at any point prior to the implementation of the program. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. What was your source of evidence for that statement?
Primarily, there'd been an email from the Department of Social Services at about that time, which said that it didn't appear that that had been shared.
Okay. And is that an email that you've produced?
I believe it is attached to my statement, yes.
All right. Is that the email you referred to at paragraph 22 of one of the emails you referred to at paragraph 22 of your statement?
Can I look at my statement?
Yes, please.
I think it is. Unfortunately, the version I've got's cut the numbers off the top, so I can't cross-check the numbers, but I can confirm that subsequently, if that would help.
Well, perhaps we can bring it up. Can we call up CTH 3.035.0021.035?
0385? Oh.
Sorry, 0385. Beg your pardon, Commissioner. Oh, sorry, I should have said underscore R. All right, can we zoom in at the top of that? All right, that's an email from Clara Crompton to Tim French, dated the 26th of November 2019. Can you just read the email, please, Ms Keeling.
I was actually referring to an email that's further down in the chain, but I'm happy to read this if that would help.
Or perhaps if we can scroll down to the point that you're referring to.
At the bottom, there's an email from Paul Menzies McVeigh to Tim French of the same date, the 26th of November 2019 at 9:21am. Tim, I don't think that either the 2014 advice or the 2017 advice I provided you was shared directly, legal area to legal area. However, both advices seem to have been provided to the Ombudsman in early 2017 as part of the Ombudsman owns motion. Would you like me to keep going?
No. But is that the advice that you relied upon? Sorry, the evidence you relied upon for that statement
That's
in the
correct.
document? Okay. All right.
On the face of this, DHS had occasionally asked for advice in a way that referred to data matching but never got legal advice back on it. DSS had got legal advice on data matching but not given it to DHS.
That's my understanding.
Okay, well, that's as far as the material you got took.
That's true.
Thanks.
All right, that can be taken down. If we go back to the report, the previous document. Could we go to page 8 of that document, please? Call out paragraph 4.1. You can see there the statement, I've discussed the development of the program. And the statement is made that discussion occurred with various people who were involved with the development of the program. And the statement is, they have made the following observations. Paragraph A, it says, it was understood that income averaging was a well-established practice and there was no need to engage with legal services specifically on this point. You see that?
Yes.
Can you attribute that statement to any particular person?
The only one I specifically recall is to Neil Collins.
Okay. And in paragraph B below, call that out. There's the statement, legal services also understood that income averaging was a well-established practice and that the business area must have therefore already obtained legal advice on the use of averaging. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you attribute that to any person?
No.
Is that an inference you've drawn yourself?
That's correct.
Okay. Regard the page, please, and call out paragraph C. Statement is made, legal services appears to have taken a transactional approach to advising on questions in relation to the program. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Again, is that just an observation you've made yourself rather than what you've been told by others?
That's correct. However, as you can see in the second paragraph, I did note that it was supported by just the nature of the advices that I had reviewed.
Yes. And then finally, paragraph D. Statement is made, legal services was often not prompt in responding to requests. Is again that an observation you've made based on the documents you reviewed?
I do recall general discussion about legal not being particularly prompt, just as part of discussions with people.
Okay. And can you attribute that to any particular individual?
I can't recall specifically who said that.
Okay. All right. Can we take that document down? Could I ask that document CTH.3007.0016.8382_R be brought up? sorry, it should be DSS.5006.0001.3147_R. It's Exhibit 225. See that document, Ms Keeling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognise that document?
I do.
Okay. Is that the document that was in response to the request for advice made on 8 January 2015 that we discussed earlier?
I think so.
Okay. Well, perhaps if we go to page 3 of that document and call out the third paragraph on that page. Could you just read, Ms Keeling, the words from the middle of that paragraph to the bottom of that paragraph?
Sorry, where specifically?
So from the words from the middle of that paragraph commencing, the customer can either confirm the information presented.
The customer can either confirm the information
yourself, I'm
presented. Sorry?
Not allowed to yourself.
Oh, okay.
All right. Have you read that? Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And is that the email in response to the request dated the 8th of January 2015?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I tender that document.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it's already tendered, I beg your pardon. It's Exhibit 256. All right, can we go to document DSS.5006.0001.3153_R. I think it's Exhibit 257.
I thought it only got as far as 226. Sorry, what are we up to? Oh, sorry, I must have misheard. Okay.
You recognise that document, Ms Keeling?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that's an advice to Jason Ryman,
Yes.
dated the 17th of April 2015?
Yes.
Is that the advice dated the 17th of April 2015 we discussed earlier?
Yes, I think it is.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, I think they were 156 and 157, those two documents.
I beg your pardon, Commissioner. And we then go to, please, document CTH.3009.0025.657, sorry, .6587_R. Just getting the exhibit number, but while that's happening, it's Exhibit 178.
Thank you.
Can you go to, just look at the bottom of that page? Can we call out the bottom of that page, please?
Those two documents can't have been 156 and 157.
See the words there? Sorry, that's an email from Mr French dated 13th of December 2019 to the Secretary's office?
Yes.
Okay, and you're CC'd to this email?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what is this email?
This was the Acting Chief Counsel sending the first draft of that report to the Secretary's office.
Okay, and by first draft you mean the report that we've just been going through?
That's right, there were no further drafts.
Okay. All right, if we can scroll up, please, to the top of that document. That's a response from the Secretary's office,
That's correct.
dated the 20th of December 2019,
Yes.
addressed to you.
Yes.
Okay, and it says, on noting this advice from Mr French, the Secretary provided the following annotation. Noted, may not be necessary to finalise the report, but this work will be useful if a report on this matter is later required.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, was a final of the report ever required?
No.
Okay, thank you. That can be taken down.
And I'm not sure if I said the numbers right before, but it was supposed to be 176 and 177
Thank you,
for
Commissioner.
those exhibits.
Ms Keeling, are you aware of a practice within the Commonwealth of departments obtaining drafts of external legal advices
Yes, I am.
and of those departments not calling for those drafts to be finalised?
I have come across that before, yes.
Okay, and what possible reasons might there be for not calling for a draft external advice to be finalised?
There could be a few reasons. One just being the advice is no longer required because positions of fact have changed, as in the program might not be continuing, for example, or it could be that the advice is not helpful and it's better to be left in draft form.
So what do you mean by not helpful and better to be left in draft form?
It may suggest that there's more legal risk to a program than I think the department, the client might be wanting to accept.
What's the consequence if the advice is then finalised in that circumstance?
It's usually something then that would need to be escalated and relied on.
Escalated to who?
The decision makers in relation to the program.
And who would the decision makers be?
It depends on the particular department and their own delegation authorisation structure and what's required to actually progress with a program. Depending on the significance of a program, it could be all the way up to the Secretary or the CEO, or it could be down at an EL2 level.
Or what about to a minister?
It could be to a minister as well if something's not been delegated down beyond a minister.
Okay.
But if you've gotten advice, even if it's in draft form, it's legal advice, it's come from lawyers, it's paid for, it exists. It's like a child putting its hands over its eyes and thinking you can't see it, to say we don't need to do anything with this, isn't it? Got a comment?
I agree with you that once you've received the advice, there should be action on it regardless of whether it's draft or not.
Thanks. Okay.
That's the evidence of this witness, Commissioner. I note this witness may be required to be recalled.
All right. Ms Hogan-Doran?
I have nothing for Ms Keeling at this time, and I note that it is anticipated that she will be recalled, and in those circumstances, the Commonwealth doesn't object to her not being released from her summons.
Yes. I'm not going to excuse you. As a lawyer, you probably understand that that's because you might, well, you sound as if you will be wanted again, Ms Keeling. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And feel free to make your way out. What now?
The next witness was to be Mr Hirschhorn.
With Mr Gregory?
Mr Gregory, yes.
What about I give my ruling on public interest immunity now? Would that suit?
That would be convenient, Commissioner.
If I can read it, it's not the best draft. Counsel for the Commonwealth, Mr Begbie, objected to production of 21 documents in respect of which the issue of public interest immunity arose on the basis that they were said to be within the class of cabinet documents requiring protection from disclosure. Resolution of that issue was particularly pressing because of their significance to the evidence to be given by witnesses in the Commission's first block of hearings. The Commonwealth relied on material including the affidavit of Ms Leonie McGregor, sworn in respect of documents sought in connection with the class action brought in 2020. Ms McGregor, in that affidavit, detailed the basis of the privilege said to apply to documents, a number of documents, including some of those requiring my consideration for the purposes of this commission. In her affidavit, Ms McGregor set out 6 categories of documents whose disclosure would be likely to prejudice public interest in the maintenance of Cabinet confidentiality. Most of the documents under consideration here fell within Ms McGregor's category 2, open inverted commas, documents which have not been considered by Cabinet but which reveal the contents of other documents which have been considered by the Cabinet or were prepared for consideration by Cabinet, close inverted commas, and category 4, open inverted commas, documents prepared by a department in order to inform and support Cabinet decision-making, close inverted commas. There were 3 documents which fell into what Ms McGregor nominated as category 1, which involved documents submitted to Cabinet or draft policy papers and preliminary documents used in preparing documents submitted to Cabinet. There was a single document, said to be in category 3, documents prepared by a department to brief its minister for Cabinet. There were no documents in category 5 which concerned documents recording the deliberations and decisions of Cabinet or documents which allowed reasonable inferences to be drawn in relation to them. There was not much controversy about the applicable principles. While the class of Cabinet documents clearly attracts a public interest in non-disclosure to ensure that members of Cabinet can deliberate freely with collective responsibility for their decisions, and perhaps to a lesser extent to enable candour on the part of public servants in advising their political masters, and that is a strong interest. It is not absolute. There is a balancing exercise to be undertaken between the public interest in maintaining their confidentiality and the public interest in their disclosure. Mr Begbie emphasised the weight to be given to Ms McGregor's opinion as a very senior civil servant with extensive experience in Cabinet processes. I accept that her opinion would not lightly be departed from and that her classifications of documents should be accepted, but I do observe that where Ms McGregor's schedule did not provide any information concerning the relevant document which would elucidate the basis of her classification and or the connection with Cabinet considerations was not evident on the face of the document, the potence of the public interest in non-disclosure may be less for the purposes of the balancing exercise. Turning to that balancing exercise, fundamental to consideration of the public interest in production are the terms of reference of this commission. Among other things, I am to inquire into the establishment, design and implementation of the Robodebt scheme and the Australian government's responses when the scheme came into question in various ways. Those terms of reference are the government's clear recognition of the powerful public interest in investigation of how the scheme came to be put into effect and permitted to continue. With all of those matters in mind, I turned to consider the 21 documents to which objection was taken to production, in respect of which objection was taken to production. In relation to the 3 documents in category 1, having regard to their close connection to the Cabinet process, I did not consider that there was a sufficiently strong public interest for the purpose of this Commission's investigation to warrant an order for production. Similarly, the single document said to be in category 3 was not so critical to the Commission's fulfilment of its task as to outweigh the interest in preservation of its confidentiality. There was a chain of documents, however, which formed various iterations of the proposals ultimately sent as a brief to the Minister for Social Services on 12 February 2015, which was of very great importance to the Commission's task. Because of their significance, in exposing the reasoning and processes leading to the critical brief, which was so fundamental to the inquiry into the processes and thinking of those behind the scheme, that I considered the public interest lay in production. That was true of the brief itself, also that the public interest in its revelation strongly outweighed any interest in confidentiality. I also ordered the production of 3 documents which were briefed to the Minister for Human Services, or his later equivalent, the Minister for Government Services, 2 of which were signed by the relevant minister while 1 remained in draft form. They were briefs for noting or information. In relation to 2 of them, I considered that the public interest balance lay in favour of removing references to cabinet considerations, including an attachment extracting part of a budget submission, while requiring production of a historical account of various steps taken and changes made in support of budget measures, which are now on the public record. The 3rd was an advice on the legal position in the light of federal court proceedings and an opinion of the Solicitor General. While a connection with cabinet processes is accepted on the strength of Ms McGregor's indication, the nature of that connection was not made clear on the material. In light of the term of reference which specifically deals with the government's response to legal challenges, I considered that the public interest weighed in favour of production. In relation to 2 other documents, the first a minute to the Minister for Human Services, which amongst other things related to data matching activity, a topic critical to the Commission's inquiries, and the second a brief for a meeting to deal with compliance action. There was agreement between Council that the public interest in confidentiality would be met by certain redactions. Exercising my own judgment on the matter, I'm satisfied that that course is indeed an appropriate means of balancing the respective interests. The remaining document which required consideration was a list of documents provided to the Ombudsman, which contained 2 items, after which the acronym NPP appeared. It is very difficult indeed to see how their inclusion could seriously have any impact on the preservation of confidentiality of cabinet processes, but their deletion is of no consequence to the Commission's work, so the document will be produced, has been ordered to be produced with those items redacted. There were in the result 11 documents of the 21, in respect of which I concluded that the public interest in production outweighed the interest in their non-production. I've dealt with, in these reasons, some of the remaining 10 documents in respect of those not specifically mentioned. It suffices to say that on the present state of the information available to the Commission, I did not consider that the public interest in production was sufficiently great to conclude that the balance lay in favour of production. Thank you, and I think we might adjourn. Oh, Mr. Gregory, you're here. Should we start a little earlier? I was going to ask you, say 2:15.
That would be convenient, Commissioner.
Is that all right with you, Ms. Hogan?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, adjourn till 2:15.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:15. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Now, Mr Gregory, you're appearing.
I am, Commissioner. I appear with Ms Marsh. The next witness is Mr Jeremy Hirschhorn, Hirschhorn. He will take an oath.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you. Can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Jeremy Kevin Hirschhorn.
And you are giving evidence here today on behalf of the Australian Taxation Office.
Indeed.
And you were aware that on 12 October 2022, the Australian Taxation Office received a notice to give a statement and produce evidence.
Yes.
And it was identified NTG-0016.
Yes.
And as the authorised officer on behalf of the ATO, you prepared that statement under your name.
Yes, with the obviously with the assistance of other officers.
Yes. I tender NTG-0016. I gather there is an updated exhibit list.
Yes, there is. So,
I think it will have become 227.
just bear with me a minute, I'll turn it up. Yes, you're right. Thank you.
And the statement in response, I tender it.
And that'll be 228.
And then a series of documents referred to in the statement and some other documents of which there are a substantial number, which will take us through to Exhibit 487.
Yes. The documents will become exhibits in the with those numbers in accordance with the schedule.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think then just up on the screen, Mr Hirschhorn, the first page of your statement appeared.
It did appear.
It did appear, you saw that. And you have a hard copy of the statement there with you to refer to in any event.
Yes.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Firstly, can you identify for the Commission your current position?
Yes, so I'm the Second Commissioner of the Australian Taxation Office, which is a statutory position. I'm responsible for what is called the Client Engagement Group.
The Client Engagement Group, broadly, what are its responsibilities within the ATO?
Yeah, so its responsibilities are in relation to across all taxpayer groups. It is responsible for, amongst other things, compliance, both before and after the event compliance of taxpayers. It is also responsible for a group called Smarter Data, which is a specialist group specialising in data and analytics functions for the entire office.
The positions that you held immediately before your current one, what were they?
So the position immediately before being appointed Second Commissioner was as Deputy Commissioner in charge of what's called Public Groups and International, which is reporting to the Second Commission, to my current position, responsible for Australia's largest companies.
And you held that position from March 2015 to December 2018?
Yes.
And before that, you were the Chief Tax Counsel from August 2014 until March 2015?
Yes.
So an extensive association with the Australian Taxation Office at a relatively high level?
Indeed, yes. So almost 8 years now.
Yes. And by way of personal qualifications, you have a Bachelor of Commerce and a Bachelor of Laws, and you are also a Chartered Tax Advisor and Accountant.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated a short time ago that you prepared the statement in consultation with others who had relevant input, and you identify that at paragraph 1.8. From your memory, and yes, you might refer to that paragraph, where you indicate you've made inquiries of key relevant employees. Are you able to identify who that was or who those people were?
Yes, so I've made inquiries of Deputy Commissioner Rajashikantha, who is responsible for our response to the Royal Commission, in particular members of her team, and also Tyson Fawcett, who is an officer in the Smarter Data Group.
We'll see his name a bit in some emails that we'll come to later this afternoon. But the concept of the Smarter Data Group, where did that start?
So the Smarter Data Group was formed in 2015, to the best of my recollection, where we had people specialising in data analytics and the use of data throughout the organisation. In 2015, the decision was made to bring that specialisation together into a group called Smarter Data.
And in part, was that a recognition of the significant role that the data that the ATO collects and applies to its functions will have then and into the future?
Yes.
Deviating slightly from the matters addressed in your statement, one of the issues that has emerged over the last day or so of the inquiry is the role played by draft advices which are obtained by various legal departments within the Commonwealth. Is it a concept that you are familiar with? Obtaining a draft advice or an advice in draft form?
Yes, I'm aware of that practice.
In terms of that practice, and I should complete the concept, obtaining an advice in draft form, but then not having it produced in final or signed form, that's the practice I'm talking about. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Is that something that you are aware of within the Australian Taxation Office as well?
Yes, so I am aware that from time to time we'll receive a draft advice and that it would not proceed to final.
And in what circumstances would a draft advice, I take it from either an in-house legal team or an external legal provider such as a firm, in what circumstances would a draft advice be obtained that is not produced in final signed form?
I think that would be a rare circumstance. It would rarely, because I'm sort of unaware that there would be a draft advice, for example, which is unfavourable, that would then be left unfinalised.
All right. And in circumstances where a draft advice is received which is favourable for the program sought to be pursued, why would that not be made final?
Look, I'm not. Can I say I'm not aware of I'm not aware of specific situations where a draft favourable advice has sort of been stopped, except if I suppose things had moved on, it was no longer relevant.
Right. Are you aware of any policies within the ATO in respect of this issue?
I'm not aware of any specific policies on this issue.
Right. That is, to the extent that the practice exists of getting an advice in draft form in the first instance, it's a case-by-case basis as far as you know.
It would be as far as I'm aware, it's a case-by-case basis, but I would expect by far the norm would be that the advice would proceed to final, but we're a big organisation. I couldn't tell you that that's every time.
Yes. And you're not aware of any policy the other way, that is a policy that advices are not to be received in draft form to avoid this scenario occurring at all?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Returning then to the matters which you have addressed in your statement, one of the first questions you were asked was about the purpose of gathering this is the ATO purpose, in gathering PAYG data and single touch payroll data. That is, why is it gathered, what it represents, how it's collected and stored and used, and the circumstances in which that data might be matched or shared with other agencies. And you provide a detailed response there to that question in the notice. So perhaps we could start with two concepts that you identify in paragraphs 2.1 and 2.2 of your statement. And if we go to that on the bottom of the page, we can see PAYG, the pay-as-you-go concept, and then what you've described as PSAR in paragraph 2. Can you, just in your own words now, give us a brief overview of the differences between those two concepts?
Yeah, so the pay-as-you-go withholding system is a very important part of the Australian tax system, and that is that as employers pay salary, they are required to withhold tax related to that salary and remit it to the tax office on a periodic basis throughout the year. And so that is a very important part and actually a very substantial part of Australia's tax collections.
And if I just pause there, the periodic remittance of the taxation component of wages or salaries by employers is not fortnightly, it is at different periods.
Yeah, so the remittance of the withholding tax is on a periodic basis, a different period depending on the size of the employer. So the larger the employer, the more often it must be remitted. But that remittance obligation is in the aggregate by an employer. So the employer remits all the withholding of its employees.
Yes.
If we then go to the PSAR system, so at this stage we have received withholding tax throughout the year. At the end of the year, the employer had the obligation to give us a report by employee of the amounts they had paid each employee and the amounts they had withheld from each employee throughout the year, but on an annual basis. So the amount that they had paid and withheld for the previous financial year.
The taxation requirement, that is the requirement you just identified upon employers to report amounts paid and taxation amounts withheld on an annual basis. The Commission has seen some evidence on day one where a PAYG summary provided to a woman who gave evidence gave a summary for a portion of a year rather than for the whole of the year, which was still not entirely accurate in terms of the period of time that the person worked, but it was for a period of less than a year. Can you explain how some PAYG summaries are provided for the financial year in its entirety and others for portions thereof?
Yes, so that would arise where somebody was employed only for part of the year. An employer might specify the part of the year that the employee worked. The employer may still, in a sense, a default sense, might still report 1 July to 30 June, even if somebody only worked for part of the year. But if somebody did work for part of the year, they may specify the period, the part of the year that the person worked for them.
And the difference then in the result is entirely dependent upon the approach the employer takes to the annual reporting obligation.
Yes, so the employer, some employers will choose, their system will generate a report which says the person worked for a period of the year. Others' payroll systems may just report 1 July to 30 June for all employees,
yes,
regardless.
And because it's the full financial year, which is the scope of the requirement by the ATO, it's the experience of the ATO that regularly employers report for the full year, irrespective of whether it's part of the year or the full year.
Yeah, so under the PSAR system, that would be our experience, that both situations happen.
Yes.
And for us, so the PSAR system is shaped around the tax system, which is an annual system.
Yes. And you identify in paragraph 2.2a a number of references to the annual summary report because that's shaped around the tax system. That's the flow-on effect.
Yes.
The second point that you identify in terms of the two distinct approaches that are taken by the ATO, apart from the PSAR system, is the STP system. Again, a more recent situation than the PSAR system, which I gather has been in place for an extended period of time.
Yes, so the PSAR system has been in place, I think, since around 2000, and its predecessor, it's often called group certificates, was pretty similar before then.
Yes. Well, give us an overview, if you wouldn't mind, please, of the STP process.
Yeah, so STP is a process, a recent process. It involves employers not only remitting, so their remittance obligation remains pretty much the same. They must withhold tax and remit it.
Periodically?
Periodically.
Yes.
STP is primarily a change of reporting to a periodical reporting basis.
Yes.
And so on each pay day, so what we would call the tax event or the pay event, an employer is obligated to provide us information in relation to how much they paid each employee and withheld from each employee on a year-to-date basis.
That is up to that point in the financial
Up to that point in the financial year, they report the year-to-date payments and withholding triggered by, and the obligation triggered by the payday. So not any particular period, it's not a fortnightly responsibility. It shapes around how regularly they pay their employees.
And that is the critical event.
That is, in a sense, the pay event, the tax event,
Yes.
the event which triggers the reporting obligation.
Yes, and gives rise to taxation liabilities and the like.
Yes.
Albeit on an annual basis, but it's a much more regular, or likely to be a much more regular reporting event. The phrase real time is used in some material.
Yes, so it is much more regular. It is meant to be real time. It is meant to be at the time of payment. And given that most employees are paid fortnightly or more frequently, the payment is, it is regular reporting.
Yes. The period of time that STP, and I should have said single touch payroll, has been commenced only since 2018.
Yes.
And it came in stages.
Yes, so single touch payroll, sometimes referred to as there's a phase one, which is what came in 2018. And the obligations there were shaped mainly around the tax system, so very similar information to the PSAR system, so relevant for income tax and superannuation. More recently, we have single touch payroll phase 2, and under single touch payroll phase 2, the information reported is more granular, splitting remuneration by more categories, including things like allowances and other components of someone's pay. But otherwise the same, it's triggered by the pay event.
Yes. Once the ATO receives data that it imposes, collects from the obligations imposed on employers and on individuals, what does it do with it? This is under the PSAR system and now the STP system.
Yes, so the primary use for information under both the PSAR and the STP systems is to assist, the primary use is to assist Australians fill in their tax returns. So it pre-fills it to either the person's return directly if they prepare it directly, or to their tax agent if they use a tax agent. And so that information is presented to them as what their employer has presented as their income for the year. the individual might say that their employer has got it wrong and change that information, but that it is presented to them as a start on their tax return.
Yes.
The information is also used then after the event for compliance purposes. If their tax return is different from the STP or PSAR data, we'll do a comparison and may commence a review. It is also used to monitor superannuation obligations of an employer to see if they have been withholding superannuation and remitting superannuation. The information is now with STP data, because it is real time, is presented so employees can monitor their pay, that information throughout the year if they're interested.
That is, it provides employees under the STP system some visibility of what their employer is doing in both respect of withholding tax and the superannuation remittances.
Yes.
As well as year-to-date income figures and the like.
Yes.
The primary purpose, as you identified, is really for the taxation system, that is the ATO purposes. But even though that is the case, you've identified that where an employer provides information to the ATO under PSAR or STP, there's still scope for that to be a first step and not necessarily the final step until the employee adopts it by way of lodgement of the tax return or varies it by way of lodgement of their tax return.
Yes.
Yes. And so within the system there is the recognition that PAYG and STP is not the be-all and end-all of the true facts about what income a person may have in fact received at a given point.
Yes, it's highly accurate, but as with all things, an employer could easily make a mistake.
That's right. Now, in terms of related or subsequent or secondary or tertiary functions of the data, in addition to the primary use of the collection by the ATO, there has been, for a long period of time, I take it, the sharing of some categories of ATO data with those external to the ATO, that is, beyond the employer and beyond the employee.
Yes.
And can you explain that?
Yes, so I would start off by saying the default position is that taxpayer information is secret and cannot be shared.
Yes.
But there are certain legislative exceptions to that. One being the Data Management Act, which allows, in fact, I think in some cases requires us to share certain data with other agencies. There are also exceptions in the Tax Administration Act where we can share information with other agencies for designated purposes.
And in terms of those two categories, the first under the Data Matching Program Act, which creates some obligations to share data, including a tax file number, and the other category where there is the opportunity to do so, but it is not mandatory.
Yes, and indeed, maybe to clarify, there are different restrictions potentially on general taxation information, and there are generally greater restrictions on sharing and using tax file numbers.
And in broad terms, a tax file number, the system of sharing tax file numbers is one which is dealt with by the Data Matching Act.
Yes, so the Data Matching Act is more permissive around the use of tax file numbers.
Yes. But as you say, the default position is that all of the data is secret and absent some legislative exception or obligation.
Yes.
In your statement at paragraph 2.20, you refer to the second phase of STP, and you describe it in terms which, as you said earlier, builds on phase one that you identified from 2018. You go on to say, to assist Services Australia with administering social security in a more efficient, accurate and timely manner. And the granular information is referred to there in a broad sense. From your understanding, at least in a policy perspective, was that the primary purpose of STP Phase 2 or a secondary purpose or an equivalent purpose to the Taxation Office purpose?
Yes, so my perspective would be that the primary purpose for moving from Phase 1 information to Phase 2 information is social security.
Right. And going back in time, casting your memory back to when you were with the ATO in 2014, or joined the ATO in 2014, was STP a concept which existed then?
When I first joined the Taxation Office, I was not responsible for these sorts of areas. My understanding from my subsequent knowledge is that STP was a concept which was raised with government as a development in the as a positive development for the tax system from around 2014.
All right. And raised with the government by the ATO?
Yes, my understanding is that a combination of the ATO, well, the ATO is not a policy agency, but a combination of the ATO with Treasury, which is the policy agency.
Yes. And as you say, for the primary purpose ultimately of assisting in the administration of social security law.
So STP was raised primarily for the purposes of the tax and superannuation systems.
And that's Phase 1?
That is Phase 1, which was raised in 2014. I am not aware when the concept of moving to Phase 2 was raised.
Phase 2, I think, as you identify in an earlier paragraph, came into effect on the 1st of January this year.
So STP Phase 2 is progressively coming into place.
You refer to it in paragraph 2.21?
Yes, so that, yes, indeed. So that was the mandatory start date.
Yes.
It was 1 January 2022. However, STP2 relies very heavily on payroll systems to be able to provide that granular data. We have provided extensions to many payroll system providers. We often call them DSPs, digital service providers. We have given extensions to employers using those DSPs. So at this stage, even though it is a mandatory date, 1 January 2022, only a fraction of employers are reporting STP2 level data at the moment.
At the moment, yes. And because that system relies on, as you say, payroll programs, payroll software, which has, of course, to be upgraded to meet the obligations, there's a phase-in period which is ongoing.
Yes.
And you deal with that again in a little bit at paragraph 2.30, I think, in your statement over the page.
Yes.
And you identify there in that paragraph 2.30 that the extension periods or the abridged periods, as you've described, involves agreement with Services Australia.
Yes, so in 2.30, we have agreements, it refers to the fact we have agreements with Services Australia as to the use of that data and stewardship of that data, and we work with them to progressively implement that data for the agreed use cases.
But the agreements reflect the purpose of STP Phase 2 data being related to the assistance of the administration of the social security system.
Yes, there are, as I recall, 8 agreed use cases for the data under STP 1 and 2.
If I can take you to paragraph 3.3 of your statement. The question you were asked was in broad terms, that is, identify and describe steps taken by the ATO in the provision of ATO data in the agency in the pre-Robodebt period and identify who authorised it and the like. But you've broken your answer down into a number of perhaps more accurate components of the broader question. And the first of those really is at paragraph 3.3, where you identify, as it's up on the screen, what you say are agreements, but a governance framework, and in fact you refer to various, firstly to the Data Matching Program Assistance and Tax Act of 1990, to which you've already made reference.
Yes.
And also the Taxation Administration Act and the Income Tax Assessment Act. And the reference in 3.3b to confidentiality provisions, do I understand you correctly to use that term as analogous with the secrecy provisions which you identified earlier?
Yes. Yes, so that provision is the default secrecy provision,
Yes.
which has then exceptions listed in it.
Yes. And the default secrecy provision, at least from my very high-level understanding, is a significant one in the sense that breach of it, I think, carries a 2-year maximum term of imprisonment.
It is extremely serious and taken extremely seriously.
Yes. No doubt something on which the ATO has received a lot of advice on over the years.
Indeed, and one that we have, we hold very vigorously to.
The paragraphs 3.4, 3.5 and 3.6 deal with various memoranda, that is, documents which in terms of the obligations created by them sit below legislative obligations and provide everyday workable arrangements in respect of information that might be captured by the ATO.
Yes, they effectively are the rules of engagement under the legislative either obligation or permission.
Can I just deal briefly with the one at identified at paragraph 3.6? This is the Garner-Shee memorandum. Now, I appreciate you weren't employed by the ATO in 2011, but it's a document, as we can see, that you've produced, and I gather you are familiar with it.
I am familiar with it.
It came into, it's dated 13 July 2011, but I think the document on its face was due to come in on the 1st of July or take effect on 1 July 2011.
I'm sorry.
Without looking at it, you can't say. No, that's all right. But we can bring it up if required, but broadly speaking, is my understanding correct that it provides for effectively a rolling awareness of the ability to garnish tax returns in respect of matters which are identified as relevant by Centrelink or its form of description to the ATO at any given time?
Yes.
And that was different to the previous system, that is the way in which Garnishees operated prior to that date, because it was a much less, it didn't occur as frequently. Can I just put it in those broad terms?
So I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of anything which happened around 2011
No, you're in
to change the level of garnishes.
Okay, all right. Now, at paragraph 3.8 and 3.9, if we go to those, you describe the types of data in the pre-Robodebt period provided by the ATO to Services Australia, as including TFNs, which I gather are tax file numbers.
Yes.
Income tax return data, that's the end result of the PAYG reporting and lodgement process.
Yes, and indeed other income.
And other income. And you've also identified trust distributions, company distributions, and the PAYG withholding information as well. And the basis on which that data was provided to the ATO or the legislative authority to do so. What knowledge do you have of that?
So provision, sorry, to clarify, provision to the ATO?
Sorry, no, by the ATO to Services Australia.
Yes, so my understanding is that in that period, it was provided by mechanism of the Data Matching Act.
And not under any other form of agreement or memoranda?
So under the Data Matching Act, but then there would have been, well, there is a head agreement which sort of set out the rules of engagement between the two organisations, but the legislative mechanism, so the obligation, was the Data Matching Act.
Yes. And I think that's the point that you're making clear in paragraph 3.9, that the governance arrangements and maybe those rules of engagement, to use your phrase, for data sharing, don't authorise the sharing of information. They merely describe how it is to occur.
That is
and related practical process questions.
That is correct. The head agreements do not create any right or permission to transfer the information. The legislative, in this case, obligation to share the information is the Data Matching Act. Put
another way, the head agreement and other memoranda that might be agreed or exist between the ATO and DHS, or now Services Australia, or indeed any other agency, presupposes an existing set of lawful arrangements created by legislation.
Yes.
Can I take you then to paragraph 3.16? And this falls under the heading of steps taken in the provision of information in the pre-Robodebt period. You describe here the concept of identity matching as opposed to income matching.
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Yes. So the legislative obligation is to share information which is relevant for social security purposes, broadly.
Broadly, yes.
So we do not share all pay-as-you-go withholding information because that would not be relevant for most people. They're not on social security. The mechanism is that Services Australia or its predecessors would identify their clients that, in a sense, are relevant for social security, those who are on social security. They would give us that list to say we are interested in these people.
Yes.
We must match those identities to people that we know about, so our database of information. Obviously, we don't want to provide them information in relation to other people. We want to provide information in relation to those people and only those people. So Services Australia will give us a list of people. We will identity match, sort of cross-match our databases and say, these are the people that we have high confidence are those people.
Yes.
So we'll identity match. We then find the associated information with those people and send back that information to Services Australia where we have a high confidence match. So we would say we need an identity match in order for us to provide information. Once we have the identity match, we provide the information.
And just dealing with the last stage, the provision of information, you're referring to information that flows from the identity match in respect of a person's income, PAYG withholding, those sorts of
things. Yes, so we'll provide their income.
Yes.
Then Services Australia will use that income information for their purposes.
Yes. And as you said before, broadly, the administration of social security law.
Yes.
And in the pre-Robodebt period, I think as you said, the provision of that information occurred under the Data Matching Program Act, and that permitted or regulated the exchange of tax file numbers.
Yes, so it permitted tax file numbers to be used in that matching and then sort of redisclosure or return information provision process.
And to be clear, were the tax file numbers in the pre-Robodebt period coming from Centrelink to the ATO for the purposes of saying this is a relevant person and this is part of the information we hold?
Yes, so my understanding is that they provided us data, and if they had the tax file number, they would provide that to us.
Yes.
Then if we identity match that person, we would send back the information with the tax file number attached.
And the starting point from the ATO purposes, was it to identify if the ATO had a tax file number that was identical, and then to compare other information held in against that tax file number?
So the tax file number, so again, we want to make sure that we are remitting information in relation to the right person. The tax file number is a part of that process, but not one which was solely relied upon, because occasionally people quote the wrong tax file number.
And so other information that was looked to were names.
Names, addresses, date of birth.
Yeah. You've described the concept of a high confidence match, and is the provision of, or the matching of tax file numbers part of a process which assists that top tier of confidence in identity matching?
Yes, so a tax file number does help in an identity matching process.
Can I take you then to just dive a little more deeply into the information provided in this pre-Robodebt period and go to question 5 and your response, which is at page 13. The question asks for a detailed explanation of the ATO data provided to the agency. The agency here is the Department of Human Services, and asks for particulars in categories that were identified in the question. Your answer at paragraph 5.1 identified that as you say, a high level of confidence in the identity, and a process that you set out earlier, and there is some attached information and flowcharts on that. But you then go on to say at the end of paragraph 5.1, and where disclosure by the ATO was permitted under one or more of the exceptions in Table 1 of Sections 355-65 of the Taxation Administration Act.
Yes.
And that relates again, broadly speaking, to exceptions from the starting point that the information is secret.
Indeed.
And highly secret.
Yes.
Over the page at paragraph 5.3, there is a table in response to paragraph 5b of the question, which asks for the categories of data supplied and a description of each category. And we can see there on the table that there is a range of potential information available or collated by the ATO, which would be provided to the Department of Human Services in the pre-Robodebt period.
Yes.
If we go then to paragraph 5.4, there is a slightly shorter table, and this is a response to question 5C, which addresses the type of income data provided for recipients. That is, for example, total PAYG income or average PAYG income, and whether it was provided for a period, and if so, what period. I think as you make clear in your answer at 5.4, the information is provided in respect of social security recipients to DHS for the whole of the relevant tax year and not for a part thereof.
Yes.
Of course, to something an employer might have done differently.
That is correct, because for our purposes, we only need to collect information on an annual basis.
And you make clear also in your answer to paragraph 5.4 that it's not averaged data and it's not data which is purported to correspond to a shorter time period.
That is correct. It is annual data and presented as such.
Just an annual total, not otherwise divided or averaged.
That is correct.
But for each employer, isn't it?
Yes, so that would be for each employee and employer.
Thank you.
Turning then to consultation between the ATO and the Department of Human Services, as it then was, the pre-Robodebt period, you address this at paragraph 6.3, over the page at 16. And identify two forums, the Data Management Forum and the DHS /AT Consultative Forum. And those forums had, I gather, a hierarchy to them?
Yes, the consultative forum was the higher, more strategic forum. The data management forum was the lower, more operational forum.
And
reported to the consultative forum.
yes. And these forums were essentially meetings between representatives of the Department of Human Services and the Australian Taxation Office in respect of data provided or shared between the two organisations.
Yes, the consultative forum being at what we would call a deputy commissioner, but what would be an SES Band 2 level forum.
Yes.
And the data management forum being more at an SES Band 1 or assistant commissioner level and executive level.
And I think you make that plain in terms of paragraph 6.8. At the bottom of the page, paragraphs through A to D.
Yes.
And identify the interrelationship between the two forums, their relative hierarchy, and broadly the topics which each addressed.
Yes, and there were terms of reference for each forum.
In terms of the regularity or otherwise with which the meetings were held, part of your statement has provided various minutes, but it seems from my review of them, and it might not be accurate, that there was monthly or quarterly meetings at least in respect of each of those forums.
That is my understanding, yes.
And just for your benefit, you set out a table following paragraph 6.11 and 6.12, which identifies various meetings of those forums, which are considered to be relevant to the purpose of this statement.
Yes.
One thing that you've, I think, quite helpfully done at paragraph 6.12 is address specifically from a review, and I'm not suggesting you conducted the initial review or the final review, but on a number of occasions, the various meetings of the fora specifically address the Robodebt scheme, and those are particularised there.
Yes.
Can I turn then to the historical sequence of the ATO's awareness of what became the Robodebt scheme? And you address, I think, the start of things in paragraph 6.13. Where you identify an email dated 2 March 2015 that an Assistant Commissioner, Mr Kemp, received from a person called Jason Ryman, then described as the Director of Customer Service Compliance Branch within the Department of Human Services.
Yes.
It might be convenient if I turn to the email, although you have extracted parts of it, and indeed identified a number of contributors to it. It is the document, an ATO document ending 9390, Exhibit 225. And ask that it be pulled up onto the screen. Actually, the one I've referred to is 3 March, although you identify 2 March one, I think. But in any event, if Exhibit 225 ending 9390 could be brought up. Thank you. If we go to the maybe a duplicate. 235, I think, is the redacted version. I can ask for the document referred to in the statement to be brought up, irrespective of the uncertainty which surrounds the exhibit number. The document in the statement is ATO.001.610.6101, and if there is a redacted version of it, it could be brought up now. You can see that document, Mr. Hirschhorn?
Yes, I can.
That's the one you refer to in that paragraph of your statement, paragraph 6.13.
It is.
And you identify that as from Mr. Ryman, who you understood then to work with the Department of Human Services.
I understand that, yes.
Although it's not clear from the redactions, to Alastair Kemp, who worked within the Australian Taxation Office.
Yes, that is my understanding.
The email seeks external costing request for a compliance measure. And they're required to identify the impact of the proposal on other agencies. The ATO has been identified as one which will need to support the ICT development of optimised data exchange. And so the email goes on. The ECR, which is the external costing request, set out apparently the reference to the ATO's role in the following proposal, and that is the concept of real-time risk profiling, which over time would provide a capability to identify and intervene in potentially fraudulent or erroneous claims before they go back into payment. And the element includes a new intelligence database and optimised data exchange with the ATO. So as far as you and those who assisted you with your statement, this really was the start of things as far as the ATO understood.
Yes, that is, as I understand it, the first contact that we identified.
It's in very brief terms there, but can we deal with what is meant by an external costing request to your understanding?
Yes, so when a new policy proposal is developed for government, there are often costs in implementing that proposal. An external costing request is where a proposal for one agency would impose costs on other agencies. In this case, because it would change potentially the mechanism of sharing data with Services Australia, there were potential costs for the ATO. And so there would be an external costing request for us to advise how much we thought it would cost the ATO to implement the policy proposal.
So the understanding at this point in time, this is 2 March 2015, is that the external costing request follows a new policy proposal which is looking forward to a potential inclusion in a budget measure.
That would be my understanding reading the email.
All right.
That it is at an early stage, but there's not been approval at this stage. There is a new policy proposal being worked upon.
That is, as you understand, part of the background work to see whether it will get off the ground.
Yes.
And what has at least been identified by the request, the ECR, is that there's going to be a change to something which might cost the ATO differently to what currently exists.
Yes.
If we go then to the exhibit which I called before inaccurately by exhibit number, ATO.001.916.930, and if there's a redacted version, if it could be brought up. This is an email the following day from at the bottom of the page, Mr. Ben Lumley.
I think you might have said 930, but anyway, they've got it. 9390 at the end.
Thank you, Commissioner, yes. And this is discussion between people within the ATO, which followed the previous day's information, at least in part in email.
Sorry, the email I have in front of me, is from Ben Lumley, who I think is Services Australia.
You're quite right. Yes. But it followed the email we just looked at on the screen, and again it is addressed to people within the ATO.
Yes.
And it contains more information.
Yes.
What was indicated the day before. The title of the email is DMP Replacement Project. DMP, you understand, stands for Data Matching Program, yes, or Data Matching Plan, and that is a reference in itself to the Data Matching Program Act. Both are referred to, DMP and the Act, in the email themselves.
That's my understanding, yes.
The email indicates DHS is currently scoping a project to replace data matching between the ATO and Centrelink that falls under the Data Matching Program Act. The DMP, it says, is governed by specific legislation that controls all aspects of the review, from acquisition, storage and review. And in the current compliance environment, that is DHS's compliance environment, it is considered to have too many restrictions to be able to adequately service our customers and mitigate payment risk. You talked earlier about the legislative framework which is imposed on the sharing of ATO data, and the Act, that is the Data Matching Program Act, being one of those features identified earlier, or legislative instruments identified earlier. And the proposal from DHS was to explore a separate data exchange with the ATO outside of the legislation to reduce the bureaucratic burden upon both department and partner agencies. We'll come to emails dealing a bit more explicitly with the bureaucratic burden imposed by the Act, but the framework essentially, as you understood it, was that there were restrictions and limitations imposed by the Data Matching Program Act on the sharing of data because it was particularly sensitive.
So that is my understanding, that as part of the Data Matching Program Act, there are various requirements imposed on the using agency, is my understanding.
The initial thought was a data exchange operating under existing social security and taxation law, with data fields similar to those already provided by the ATO.
Yes, so my understanding is that is referring to the general exception from the secrecy provisions, where the tax office can share information with Services Australia for the purposes of the social security law.
You identified that you spoke with Tyson Fawcett in the course of preparing your statement, and we can see that he is identified as it seems a trustee lieutenant at the top of the page from one of the key stakeholders.
Yes. And Council, may I just clarify my discussion with Mr Fawcett?
Of course.
My discussion with Mr Fawcett was focused on whether he was comfortable that his communications with Services Australia had been fully and fairly included in the submission, or in my statement.
In the statement.
Yes.
And was he?
It was not to the content of what was there. It was whether he was comfortable that they were fully and fairly included, and he was.
He was. I take it that he identified all of the correspondence in which he was a party and informed you at least that there wasn't anything additional that ought to be added that was missed.
So the reason why I asked that question was that the process of collating the information was done by people who were unlikely to be called as witnesses. But as somebody involved in it, I wanted to clarify with him that he was confident that it had pulled up, that team had pulled together all relevant information.
Thank you. Exhibit 236 is the next document, ATO.001.917.0928 _R. Thank you. We move forward a couple of weeks. This is an email from, Ben Lumley at Human Services to Michael Brown, who was employed by the ATO.
Yes.
Hi Michael, you requested more detail on DHS drivers for seeking to no longer conduct data matching under the DMP Act and instead cover off the same compliance risks with data matching not covered by the DMP Act. Plainly, there had been a question asked about why there was a change proposed.
Yes, that is my reading of the email.
Yes. The email continues with 3 subheadings. 1, some important things to note. 2, DHS drivers. And 3, we aim to. And if we deal with those in sequence, the important things to note were that DHS will be conducting this data matching under the OAIC's guidelines on data matching in Australian Government Administration, (voluntary data matching guidelines). Pausing there. The OAIC is
I hope I get this right, the Office of the Australian Information Commission.
Thank you. And the data matching in Australian Government Administration was a guideline or document issued in respect of all Australian government agencies or departments.
Yes, my understanding is that is a guideline that was issued in around 2014 as to good practice in the voluntary sharing of information.
And because it was a document which was broad in its scope, that is across multiple departments or all departments and agencies, it wasn't specifically targeted to the sharing of taxation information, I take it.
That is right. My understanding is that it's a general document that's meant to extend across all government administration.
I think there's a copy somewhere if it needs to be brought up, so if you'd like to refer to it at any time, we'll be able to find it.
Thank you.
The next sentence indicates that DHS Legal Services has given preliminary advice stating there is no legislative imperative to continue to conduct data matching under the DMP Act, except for tabling a report to Parliament, which is stipulated in the legislation. That is a privacy legislation or something of that nature?
Look, can I say I'm not exactly sure what that bullet point refers to.
All right. Did you ascertain from the investigations that you're aware of in the preparation of your statement whether that preliminary advice saying that there was no legislative imperative to continue under the Data Matching Program Act was provided by DHS to the ATO?
So from the documents that I have reviewed and my understanding of our document search, that we have no evidence of that advice being provided.
Okay.
Preliminary or final.
Yes. If we then go to DHS drivers, which I understand to be the motivation for the proposed change to operate outside the Act, they are said to be cost and effort efficiencies that the DMP Act has over time become more restrictive than enabling. Now, that's obviously viewed from Centrelink's perspective rather than the perspective of the drafters of the legislation, but it is elaborated on. The DMP Act and guideline governs every step of the extracting and matching of customer data. It requires time and resources from business and ICT for each of the 4 cycles undertaken per year. A simplified matching process replacing this will result in substantial administrative savings to all data matching agencies. The activities conducted under the Act, it is said that DHS is required to fund quarterly audits by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, costing $372,976 per year, and the audit findings consistently report that DHS meets its obligation under the Act with no breaches found. DHS currently conducts significant data matching activities not covered by the DMP Act, which is conducted in a far more efficient manner. Now, just pausing there, were you aware what that sentence, or are you now aware what that sentence is referring to? That is, significant data matching activities not covered by the DMP Act.
I'm not, I was not aware of this then. I was not involved. I did not have responsibility for this group then, and I'm not aware now as to what that is referring to.
Were you aware then, and I appreciate you weren't in the division then, or are you aware now of other limitations or restrictions imposed by the DMP Act?
I'm not familiar with the precise rules in the DMP Act.
Okay. Broadly speaking, and I'll just check it for accuracy, but there are various steps in a data matching cycle, and this email identifies 4 of them over the course of a year, or 4 potential cycles over the course of a year. One of those steps in section 7, step 3, says that the tax agency uses tax data from not more than the 4 financial years immediately before the current financial year, and data given to it under step 2 to find out the following available data in respect of each person who has a tax file number. Were you aware of any limitation on the ability to go back any given number of years of the type I've referred to?
I was not aware then. I have become aware from review of the documents that that was one of the differences between the DMP, or one of the restrictions in the DMP Act.
Yes.
Around data was a time limitation on usage.
Yes. And in terms of your knowledge now, in an historical sense, we know that the Robodebt scheme called for data from the ATO in 2016, which went back to the 2010-2011 financial year, a period significantly in excess of the 4-year period imposed, or limitation imposed by the Data Matching Act.
Yeah, that is my understanding, that under this program they were asking for data which would not have been able to be used under the DMP, from my review of the documents now.
Yes, all right. So, as far as we now know, potential benefits to DHS from moving out from under the Data Matching Act involved a reduction of $370,000 a year in audit fees to check that there were no breaches on its part in respect of the use of the data, and the ability to go back further than 4 years for this proposal.
So in relation to the audit costs, I have no information other than that email.
Yes.
That's what they asserted. My understanding for review of the documents is that another benefit or another difference was that they could go back or use older data.
The aim at the bottom of the page was to simplify selection and refinement rules within each risk group under the current DMP data matching, including non-customer partner data, and so it continues, particularly regular data exchange more often to identify at-risk customers as early as possible, leading to a decreased level of debt, and seek additional data held by the ATO, which will add to risk coverage and will aid the review process. For example, requesting employer names or ABNs within the data exchange, and the use of business integrity customer extract containing all customers for establishing mutual customers. Again, from your review, you understood that the proposal to move out from the Data Matching Act expanded not only the time period, potentially a financial benefit, but sought a broader range of data more regularly than was permitted by the Act.
So my understanding from review of the documents is that it was broadly the same data that would be provided, but older data would be able to be used.
But also you had a limited number of cycles per year under the Data Matching Act, didn't you? Of data production and transfer.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner, I'm just not aware of that.
I think there's a reference there to 4 cycles, which is probably right.
Yes.
You don't know whether the non-customer partner data was another change, do you?
I do not know, Commissioner.
I'd have to check the Act, but I don't know that there's provision for other people's data, again, to be provided as opposed to the person whose information is provided as a social security recipient.
So my understanding, Commissioner, that's under the general powers, I'm not as familiar with the DMP, is that in certain circumstances a family member's information might be relevant for working out somebody's social security benefits or other benefits administered by Services Australia. And in those cases we might share family members' information.
Okay, but we don't know just at the moment whether you did that under the Act or not.
I don't know, sorry.
Sure.
If we move forward then to later in early 2015, 23 April 2015, Exhibit 310, ATO.001.957.0446_R. Earlier we identified in your statement the 2 fora and the various dates on which they met. This is an example of the meeting minutes for the management forum, as opposed to the consultative forum, from, if we zoom in, 23 April 2015, one of those periodic meetings.
Yes.
But it occurred at about the time the ATO was being notified by DHS of this new policy proposal and what was involved in a change to the existing system.
Yes.
And unsurprisingly, the proposal is mentioned in the minutes, and I'll take you to it shortly, but we can see that the meeting involved a range of people from the Australian Taxation Office and a range of people from the Department of Human Services.
Yes. And maybe if I might expand
Thank you.
on some of the Australian Taxation Office attendees.
Yes, please.
You will see an Assistant Commissioner for Small Business and Individual. That is a business line that reports to the Second Commissioner Client Engagement Group. Since then, that has been split into 2 business lines. Now there's a separate individuals and intermediaries line. But this, I think, predates the formation of smarter data. So this is where the data people would have sat in the business line, small business and individual taxpayers. I think you'll see in later minutes an assistant commissioner from the business line, individuals, an assistant commissioner from smarter data, and then the second assistant commissioner, Alastair Kemp, is from enterprise solutions and technology, which is our IT function.
Thank you. If we go to the third page of the document, 0448, we can see agenda item 4 is the first one to turn to at the top of the page. Thank you. The topic is headed ATO DHS Data Exchange Optimisation and Management Plan, and there is a reference to Scott Britton and Tyson Fawcett having presented the streamlining of data exchanges between the ATO and DHS to the consultative forum. Now that was the other forum, not this data management forum, correct?
Yes, that is the Oversight's more strategic forum.
Yes. So that appeared to have occurred before this meeting, and there was acknowledgement that it was a large piece of work that was involved in the presentation. Some of the complexities in respect of the current exchange arrangements are set out in the second paragraph, and the proposal was that the ATO has been working on identifying and completing a stock take of all the data exchanges and data fields between the two agencies, and the intent to streamline that process effectively.
Yes, so my interpretation of this this agenda item topic description is that over time there would have accumulated many different exchanges of information, often of potentially the same type of information but for different purposes, as functions accumulated under DHS. And so probably a different exchange for each of their programs, and that this was an attempt to say if we are going to provide you the same information for different programs, we should provide it to you once under a common information exchange.
That was one of the broader topics which was discussed.
So that my interpretation of that section is that this is not actually referring to Robodebt. This is actually referring to a rationalisation of previous information exchanges.
Thank you. If we go to page ending 0449, agenda item 6, this is an agenda item that I understand is related to the Robodebt scheme.
Yes, that is my understanding.
Right. And again, there is the reference to the bypassing of the Data Matching Program Act and some of the significance of the restrictions and the cost imposed on DHS are identified there in similar terms. Approximately $400,000 a year for quarterly audits for the Office of Information Commissioner, customer contact restrictions, data retention and deletion requirements, restrictions on the number of data matching programs that can be run per year, etc. And by moving out from that legislative framework to the guideline in the Australian Government Administration Controls, it would be cheaper and more flexible and would be able to be run more programs each year. Was the proposal discussed according to the minute?
Yes, so that is indeed what the agenda item says was what DHS was thinking.
Now there's a mention there again of the idea being run past DHS legal and being given a green light. Now again, is it the case that you haven't identified whether, or haven't been able to identify that, a draft or final review of whatever went through DHS legal was provided to the ATO?
We have not been able to find any draft or final advice or reference to such an advice being provided to us.
Then there's a reference to a person, Kerry, raising a question about ATO legal consideration of the proposal. And Kerry from the attendees list is Kerry O'Loughlin, Loghlin, an Assistant Commissioner, Client Account Services.
That would be my understanding, yes.
Come to the question of what advice has been able to be identified in the preparation of your statement, but specifically in respect of that entry, have you identified any follow-on emails relating to the minutes of this meeting?
In terms of legal advice
yeah.
obtained by the ATO? Yes, so there were, in my statement I referred to a series, I think mostly of advice, mostly in email form.
Yes.
Confirming that the information could be provided under the general exception to the taxpayer secrecy rules for the purposes of social services law, with the exception of differences around the use of tax file numbers.
Now there's a further discussion identified in the minutes that the work should be coordinated within the ATO by the data matching gatekeeper. That's identified as Michael Brown, and we'll see a number of his emails in due course. And he would run the request through the regular non-legislative data matching approval process, including exchanges with the ATO General Counsel, that is within the ATO's legal department,
yes.
And the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. And Mr Lumley was to advise with Mr Brown about that aspect of the proposal. Exhibit 241, ATO.001.617.7198. We've skipped forward a fair bit of time here towards the end of 2015, but it picks up the same theme. This is an email from Tyson Fawcett, who you identified earlier, to Ben Lumley at the Department of Human Services, Friday, 13 November 2015. And it returns to the topic of the costing request to the ATO. That's the external costing request, which was raised in emails earlier in the year in the context of a new policy proposal.
Yes, that would be my reading of the email.
And there is a reference there to the relationship between the costing request and whose department it might be if the proposal to replace the process under the Data Matching Program Act was to get off the ground.
Yes.
Now, the cost, I take it from the document, related to the fields of information that the ATO had to collate and provide?
Yes, so when it says the area most impacted will be Alastair's, that is Alastair from our IT, Enterprise Solutions Technology, EST group, which is our IT group.
Yes.
And it was going to be changes in the IT, the sort of the IT mechanics of transferring information to Services Australia.
Right. And this is software upgrades, adaptions, those sorts of costs, time costing?
Yes.
Those sorts of features which would impact the ATO because it involved essentially stepping out from the Act and doing things differently.
Yeah, so any tweaks to the templates of information provided to and from the Taxation Office would require tweaks to the system.
All right. Now, just for completeness, that email, to distinguish it from the next one, was sent at about 1 o'clock on Friday afternoon. You see that? And on the same day, Exhibit ATO.002.192.0009 was sent, this one at about 7 o'clock at night on the same day. From Mr Lumley to Megan Clark at the ATO and to others. Now the email trail commences on page 0012 in the second half at about 3:52 p.m, again from Mr Lumley to others within the Department of Human Services. That is an internal email within the Department of Human Services in respect of the required proposed fields, ATO contacts, and all dealing with all dealing with the costing arrangements that might be involved.
Yes.
Can I go then to the top of page 0012, the email from Philippa Mitten to Julia Neville, copying in Mr Britton and Mr Ryman, referring to the assumptions relating to the compliance costing requested. And in the second paragraph, it's identified that the timing for the costing is tight because they are to be provided to finance on the 16th of November for agreement by Tuesday. Again, I appreciate you weren't involved. These are emails that have been produced for you, but is it your understanding that there were various announcements in the budget, in the 2015-16 budget, in May of that year, and then there were further developments in a budgetary sense involving the Department of Finance, which had some urgency about them in November 2015?
Yes, from my review of the documents, that is what I understand. And perhaps if I give some context as to this email, Julia Neville is an Assistant Commissioner in what is called our Revenue Analysis Branch, which is responsible for pulling together new policy proposals and the costings, albeit that the costs in this one were going to sit with our EST group. The Revenue Analysis Branch is responsible for drawing them together as an organisation.
In the context of a new policy proposal?
In the context of a new policy.
For budget purposes, hence the involvement of the Department of Finance?
Yes.
All right. And indeed the new policy proposals referred to, I think, in the final paragraph there, and it looks like it's all about to happen on the 16th of November for agreement on the 17th.
Yes, that is my reading of the email.
We go then over to the next email in the trail, 0011. The email, thank you. And this is an email from the ATO, again to Human Services, Ben Lumley, which seeks 7 categories of information for the purpose of the costing within the tight timeframes that it had to be considered. We can see the various questions there. What is the proposal, its intent, the background, the start date, the business driver, and how will the proposal change the current data exchange that occurs, the type of data, frequency and the level, and what systems will the data exchange occur, that is a bulk data system or something else. The response then is the balance of the body of the email, and I might take you through it to clarify that my understanding is correct. So if we go back to page 009, the start of the document, under the heading 1, what is the proposal? What is emphasised at the very start of the response to the ATO is that the protection of the integrity of outlays through welfare payments is a key government objective, and that this was a 4-year proposal which was said to increase the DHS capacity to manage risks of non-compliance. Due to commence on the 1st of July 2016, the budget measure, the Strengthening the Integrity of Welfare Payments measure, was identified, and how the approach would operate would be for an additional 460,000 odd compliance interventions over 4 years, targeting individuals who received income support and are at risk of non-compliance. Particularly in the fourth paragraph, it was said the risk that was to be managed was as a result of the proposal relates to incorrect declaration of income from employment and other sources, all of which form part of declarations to the ATO, and a confirmation that what currently was occurring was under the Act, but the objective was to obtain the same data outside the Act under the guidelines, the broad one that we've identified, so that the DHS could significantly increase compliance activity and so forth. From your understanding of the material that you have perused, that represented a fairly significant change in the way that business was done and the purpose of the data sharing up to that point.
So my understanding is that it was perhaps not so much a change in nature, but a change in volume.
But nonetheless, from the perspective of an institution like the ATO, a change in volume, and we're talking by hundreds of thousands, I gather, hundreds of thousands of people, is a very substantial change in and of itself.
So it was not a change of our program, it was a change of their program, but it is, you know, there's a significant increase in the size of their program, yes.
And the mere fact of a significant increase can create other flow-on effects which have not been identified where there is a much smaller scale, just as a general proposition.
Look, I would agree with that a larger program brings with it different considerations.
Yes. Paragraph 2, the intent of the proposal. This response really makes it clear, as I understand, and I'm asking for some confirmation of my understanding, that the activity sought to be carried out really didn't have the restrictions under the Data Matching Act that applied as a fundamental proposition.
So that is my understanding, that it moved from the restrictions of the Data Matching Act to the restrictions of the OAIC guidelines.
And as part of that process, another feature of it was to reduce the burden on employers and third parties, including the ATO, that might be produced by those persons to DHS under various compliance activities and compulsory powers, and to extract that merely from the ATO and have a system based on that information.
That is what they have said. I couldn't comment on it.
Do you know what unnecessary burden on the ATO was going to be reduced by this?
Commissioner, I don't know what they're referring to there. If I was to speculate, I would say that it's a reduction in ad hoc information requests in relation to particular individuals, but that would only be speculation.
Right, thank you.
Paragraph 3, which goes over the page, it's a very lengthy one, but it deals with the question of what is the background. It identifies that the Privacy Act regulates the handling of personal information about individuals. If I pause there, the Privacy Act is not specific to taxation information. We could agree on that?
We can, yes.
Again, it deals with all personal or sensitive information held by the Commonwealth Government about various things and people.
Yes.
But it certainly may include or overlap with taxation information.
It may, but of course taxpayers' secrecy restrictions will operate in parallel.
Yes.
And may override any sharing ability under the Privacy Act.
Yes. That is, in terms of hierarchy, the secrecy provisions of the ATO are not overcome by the general principles in the Privacy Act,
That is my understanding.
subject to very specific exceptions.
Yes.
Dot point 3 over the page identifies that while progressive at the time, the Data Matching Act has become an impediment to effective data usage and creates unnecessary administrative burdens. Some are identified there, or said to be identified there: high cost to the department, manual and restrictive processes, costs to third parties. Do you know what the costs for third parties were?
I do not know what they're referring to there.
Now, if we go down 2 more dot points, it says DHS has analysed data obtained from the Australian Taxation Office under the Data Matching Act for the financial years 2010 to 2014. This, of course, was November 2015. It would seem to be just outside the 4-year limitation imposed by the Data Matching Act on the use of the material that had been identified or provided under that Act. But the analysis identified approximately 459,000 individuals where the risk of non-compliance had been identified but not yet treated. Again, this is all information which is being conveyed by DHS to the ATO, which would not otherwise be known probably to the ATO.
That is correct.
This isn't on the screen, I don't think, or
Right.
or is it? Where are we looking?
On the screen, I think I found it. It is the second paragraph on the right side,
thank
yes.
you.
Yes. The final dot point, if I could have it highlighted, commencing to enable. And again, this was information provided by DHS to the ATO as part of the background, was to enable the transition of the treatment of data obtained under the Act into a more efficient process, and self-service digital solution requires changing the arrangements under which DHS obtains and uses the data currently collected under the Act to the same as those applying to all other data matches under the guidelines. That's right?
Yes, that's what the email.
That's what it says, yes. But again, what the ATO was being informed of was that there was some requirement to change arrangements in order to get the same data under different rules or guidelines for the purpose.
Yes.
The start date of the proposal, if we go to answer 4, was identified as 1 July 2016, so a little over 7 months away. And paragraph 5, if that could be, thank you. What is the business driver for the urgency of the request? And it was attributed to the request of the Minister for Human Services. The proposal was to be included in the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook. Now, the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook was a mid-financial year event, that is late in the calendar year, as a general rule.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that makes sense given what we saw in an earlier email about the urgency of addressing these features by the 16th or 17th of November for submission to the Department of Finance.
So it is consistent with, that timing and urgency is consistent with being prepared for MAIFA.
Yes. And so at least at this point, there was a sense from a political perspective or a departmental perspective that the proposal was making its way into the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, even though all of some very base level analysis and indications about what was involved had not yet been conducted by both departments in terms of how it might work.
So I'm unaware, and even from the review of the documents, as to what level of work had been done at DHS. But as you point out, what is clear from the timing of when the information request came to the ATO, the ATO had not had very much time to consider what impact it would be on the ATO.
Pausing here, either through the minutes of the regular meetings held between the fora you identified throughout the year, or any other document or record that has been identified for the preparation of your statement, were you aware that by 13 November 2015, the Department of Social Services had produced at least internal policy advice, which was against the proposal in very clear terms?
Okay, so from the review of all documents, I am unaware of, there is no mention of any advice in relation to the potential legality of the scheme.
Or even policy issues in respect of the scheme beyond the question of legality?
There is no reference. I have not identified any reference to any legal advice, other than
what is contained.
What's in this series of emails.
Yes, and to be clear, the series of emails that we are going through lead to the development of internal advice within the ATO. That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
They don't identify an external advice, I don't think, obtained by the ATO about its role in the process?
No, again, from my review of the documents, the ATO obtained internal advice, which was that this was permitted under the general exception to taxpayer secrecy, with the advice around that no longer tax file numbers could be able to be used. And again, from my review of the documents, there was seen no need to have any further advice, given the matter was, I think, relatively clear from a legal perspective.
The answer to paragraph or question 6, how will the proposal change the current data exchange program, was said to be, the key change was said to be the addition of a new data set to be provided by DHS to DHS from the ATO. The type and level of detail of data requested will be similar to that already provided under the Act, and there was an attachment with various fields setting out the information.
Yes, and so my understanding, it was almost an identical data set to be shared.
We go to the top of page 0011 to continue that answer. Frequency was said to be up to 3 times a year following the end of each financial year, that is August, November and February, but subject to ATO advice. That at least appeared to be less frequent than the 4 data exchanges permitted under the Act.
Yes, and my understanding is that ultimately it was 2 times a year.
And the data exchange mechanism in answer to question 7 was the bulk data exchange or the Optus Evolve link, which are currently used.
Yes, so my understanding is that they continued to use the bulk data exchange.
The bulk data exchange throughout the Robodebt scheme.
Yes, so the same exchange mechanism as was used before Robodebt.
Thank you. We go then to Exhibit 470, ATO.002.075.0032. And we've moved now to February 2016 in terms of the sequence. Were you able to identify, and you may have been, the reply in respect of the costing request from November?
Yes, so there was a reply to the costing request.
This is an email trail on the 4th of February which deals with the question of some legal advice, I think. And if we go surrounding the issue of tax file numbers,
Yes.
if we go to the bottom of page 0033 and the top of 034,
Commissioner, that just be removed from the live stream. There's a mobile number.
How do you want to deal with that, Mr Gregory? Can we get a redacted one, or do you want to just show the document to Mr Hirschhorn?
Councillor, I'm familiar with the document.
you're familiar with the document?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've got a hard copy if you need.
If it might be as well if he had a hard copy in front of him.
There had been some redactions made to the document by the looks of the first page, but that mustn't have...
Must have missed it.
Must have
Commissioner, the mobile number's on the second page. There's no objection to displaying the first page with the code if that's of assistance.
I thank my learned friend.
Well, that would be better than nothing, I think, if we got that up.
Yes. Perhaps if we... I think it's now been redacted. Document management, those responsible for document management have just solved the question. The question comes from Mr Bergen to Mr Brown. On 3 February 2016, we can see that at the bottom of the page on the left-hand side. And over to the top of 0034, for the PAYG Employment Income Data Matching Exchange, I flagged concern about DHS supplying us with the client's TFN and implications of the Data Matching Act. They're still confirming on their side, but are making noise that they shouldn't be sending tax file numbers. That is, at this point, and we're into February 2016, bearing in mind a start date of 1 July, there is uncertainty about how the data exchange process that you described existed pre-Robodebt was to be done under the budget measure and the new proposal.
Yes, from my reading of the emails, they're working out the mechanics of the information exchange.
And what was identified there at 0034 is a scenario of the sequence of events that would be involved in the data match, where DHS sends a request for an individual client that wouldn't include a TFN but other information such as name, address, date of birth and a customer reference number, which is a DHS number. The ATO receives that and passes it to MCID, which I assume is the area responsible for conducting the analysis or the match.
Yeah, so maybe if I clarify there, that is so this is all about identity matching.
Yes.
MCID is the identity matching system used used for this process. So it's linked to the bulk data exchange. So it's not an area. It's that is, in a sense, the system that does the identity matching. So when they say passes it to MCID, you might say maybe better feeds it into the machine.
Okay, thank you. The machine, if it generates a high confidence match, responds with a success message. And the question then is, can the ATO send the tax file number back to DHS? If so, now the client is verified. DHS then makes a second call on the ATO interface to request the PAYG data. The ATO system currently required the tax file number at that point. And so the question was, how does that work without tax file numbers? And can they be provided in the process outside of the Data Matching Program Act?
Yes, it's clarifying that, and in a sense there are the identity matching. Obviously, they've sent us information about a person. We have to make sure that we match to that person. Then, indeed, we have to send back that we have matched the person back to Services Australia. And when we actually provide information back to Services Australia, they have to then be able to match, sort of rematch to that person. My reading of this exchange is will need to be some tweaks to that if we do not use tax file numbers.
Right. And a proposed tweak is set out on the previous page, 0033, and this is the response from Michael Brown, I think was the person described as the gatekeeper earlier.
Yes.
Oh yes, there it is, data matching gatekeeper on 0033. It identifies at the bottom of 0032 the issue in respect of tax file numbers, and that is that the Act specifically provided for us, that is the ATO, to provide TFN or exchange TFN information, but if the activity is taken outside the Act, then the normal provisions in the Taxation Administration Act and the Income Tax Administration Act prevail. That is the secrecy provisions, as you understand.
Yes, from my reading that email, that's referring to the specific provisions in relation to restrictions on the use of tax file numbers.
Yes. A simple solution might be proposed, he said, over the following page, and he made a variation to the scenario, which didn't involve the exchange of tax file numbers. As you understand.
Yes, it's using a different set of data to generate the identity match.
Yes. And then if we go back to the top of 0032, and the short answer in the very first paragraph was that DHS couldn't give the ATO tax file numbers and the ATO couldn't give DHS tax file numbers if you were operating outside the Act.
That is right.
Thank you.
For this purpose.
For this purpose. I go to Exhibit 475, ATO.002.077.0356. It is a lengthy email, or a longer one, a sequence of emails which includes one of the legal advices in email format that you referred to earlier that you had identified in the preparation of your statement.
Yes.
So if we again deal with things in chronological order, and we go right to the last page, 0363. The title of the email is The Legal Basis for Sharing Data with the ATO, and it was Ben Lumley, who was DHS, sending something within, a request within Human Services before this email trail made its way outside of DHS. The second paragraph referred to a recent DHS ATO workshop where there was an action item formulated to seek advice on the legal basis that both ATO and DHS could share data, and the key driver was to dispel or confirm views regarding what we could and couldn't share and for what reasons. There is a reference to an ATO legal advice on disclosing taxpayer information. Then there is a reference to the Customer Compliance Branch is seeking similar but converse advice on what information DHS can disclose to the ATO. And so there was specific advice sought, it seems, within DHS about the issue.
And that's my reading, yes.
Yes. It's not clear from the sequence that the ATO's legal advice was included in the email, and we see that from 0362, the email of 22 February, where Mr Chang has been tasked with the job in Damien Brazel's absence. And then we see that it's provided to Mr Chang on 22 February 2016. Where some additional information is provided about the consultative forum, where both ATO and DHS's general managers requested seeking legal advice on the possibility of changing privacy clauses in each agency's material and publications, with a view to permit the sharing of the information collected. Now, the privacy clauses on each agency's material and publications was material produced internally by the ATO or internally by the Department of Human Services, I understand.
So I'm not exactly sure to what that is referring. I think under Privacy Act, you have to disclose on your website potentially the purpose for which you're obtaining data and when you might share it.
Yes.
My interpretation is that this is most likely referring to external material and publications.
That is with clients of the ATO and with clients of DHS.
Yes, that if somebody could, access the website to find out the data sharing, details of the data sharing. That is my interpretation. I'm not sure if it's saying that.
Certainly. And Ben Lumley follows up on the 24th of February, noting the short period of time that Mr Chang has had to provide the advice, and we understand the sequence of time pressure here. But what was identified in his email is that the ATO wanted written advice on the question below to progress what was an urgent piece of work. And the question was put this way: can DHS pass TFNs held on its records to the ATO for identity matching purposes, where the intent of the match is to receive income data to assess a client's entitlement? What follows then is Mr Chang's advice, 25 February 2016. And from the email trail, it's made its way to the ATO by the 25th of February at least.
I'm sorry, Council, the email
trail
has not fully caught up, I think.
No, that's okay. In any event, we'll just quickly run through the advice. The ultimate conclusion, without going into the nitty-gritty of the legal process that was set out there, is at paragraph 11 at the bottom of 0360. And in short, disclosure of the tax file number was said to be permissible.
Yes, so that, yes, I agree that that is what that email says.
Yes, all right. And from your review of it, the advice had been settled by Kerry Angus, a Deputy General Counsel, plainly within the Department of Human Services. We go then to 25 February 2016 on 0358. What emerged was a difference of opinion between the ATO and the Department of Human Services about whether that advice was correct, because, as we know, the ATO required a written advice. It was forwarded to them, and it seems Paris Hempel was one of the recipients of it, and she raised the question with Rebecca Moore and Tim Bergen, well, what are the next steps, where DHS is saying one thing but our guys are saying another thing regarding the TFN issue. This is a good win for us if it's valid, but not sure how to deal with the difference of opinion here. Do you understand what was meant by a good win for the ATO if TFNs were able to be shared?
Yeah, so my interpretation of that email would be that if TFNs could be shared, there would be no real changes required to the information exchange process. But if TFNs could not be shared, there would have to be changes to the identity matching process.
And if that advice was correct that TFNs could be shared,
So, which would mean that you could continue to use exactly the same identity matching as you had previously.
but just not call it a program under the Data Matching Act.
Yes, that is, I think, that is my understanding of what they mean by this is a good win.
Yes.
Whether that...
And also not
the legal
comply with
conclusion
the
is correct.
requirements of the Data Matching Act as well. Not just that it's not called a program under the Data Matching Act, but the restrictions of the Data Matching Act at both ends disappear. And you can still do exactly the same things.
Yeah, yes, so Commissioner, I would say I am in no way vouching for any of the legal correctness of this. I'm saying that this is an email from somebody who is not a legal specialist, who is looking at how much work they have to do to change identity matching processes,
Sure.
if it's correct, which I think is a big if.
Yes. We can see that the email trail continues. Rebecca Moore at the bottom of 0357 who was within the ATO, grapples with really the change, the role of the budget measure and what DHS was saying and so forth, but is more indicated that she'd be inclined to contact OPAL, O-P-A-L, regarding this as the corporate legal advice team who are accountable for the decisions. But the response can take up to 6 weeks. And again, of course, we're aware of the fact that the scheme was supposed to be introduced on 1 July. And so it is escalated. Ultimately, in the first page, 0356, from Michael Kurt Brown to General Counsel requests. That is, I understand, the senior legal person within the legal group in the ATO.
Yeah, so we have a General Counsel group which is responsible for, let's say, organisational legal questions.
Right. So it was a group rather than a particular person?
Yes, so there is an office of the General Counsel and there is a General Counsel. From reading the email, that is to the inbox which goes to that group.
And again, what's highlighted in the opening paragraph is that the issue had been ongoing for a number of weeks. It's impacting a system build. A priority response would be most appreciated.
Yes.
Some background was provided which indicates the ATO understanding is that while the measure could be implemented using arrangements contained in the Data Matching Act, they, being DHS, have decided the Act is too restrictive and are intending to undertake the program outside the parameters of the Act. Now, we turn then to Exhibit 252, ATO.002.075.0022. This, again, is a lengthy email trail, but the very first email is the advice that was received in response to the request that we just saw. That's right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And it was provided, if we go to the top of page 0024, by Monica Kim, who was a lawyer in the General Counsel group.
Yes.
And her advice, if we go to page 0023 at the bottom under the heading Conclusion, and after referring to a range of legislative provisions which regulate tax file numbers and privacy and the provision of information, and under a number of acts, the conclusion was that the ATO is unable to divulge or communicate TFNs to DHS outside the scope of those legislative provisions. And that is, without statutory power that authorises the communication of TFNs, the ATO would not, inverted comma, comply with an obligation, comma, exercise powers or perform functions of a kind referred to in paragraph 202E of the Income Tax Assessment Act of 1936. That dealt with a broad scenario, and then there was a qualification to it, but you were about to say something about secrecy provisions, I suspect.
Also, that is my understanding of the effect of the advice was that we could not share tax file numbers outside the DMP, and that advice was adopted.
Yes. There was the possibility of sharing tax file numbers adverted to in the second paragraph, but Ms. Kim was clear that in the circumstances in which her advice was sought, those provisions would not be available.
Yes, that is my reading of her advice. And indeed, as you say, to your knowledge, that advice was implemented, and by that I understand you to mean that tax file numbers were not shared under the Robodebt scheme. Yes.
And what follows from that is that the information communicated under the Robodebt scheme for the purpose of identity match and the provision of PAY data must have fallen outside the Data Matching Program Act provisions for that sharing of data.
I would perhaps put it the other way, that because it was provided under the general exception to secrecy rather than the specific DMP, tax file numbers could not and were not used for identity matching.
Thank you. We can go to Exhibit 253. ATO.001.9219690. And we move forward to May, Mr Hirschhorn. If we go to the second page, 9691, this is of course shortly before the scheme was implemented on 1 July. And the request at the bottom of 9691 was from Mr Bergen to other people in human services. Are we able to get together to discuss business requirements for the changes to the data matching program exchange? And then we go up to the top of the page, and it seems that persons in the ATO were then included in the email trail. And it was said that the measure was being delivered, or the exchange was being delivered under the ATO's Data Exchange Enhancement Project. Are you familiar with that project?
I'm not sure what that is referring to.
In any event, there was a cross-agency meeting, that is between DHS and ATO, a face-to-face workshop to get IT advice and identify a workable plan for both agencies that would achieve the result for the government in the required timeframe.
Yes, that's...
Again, indicating time pressure, short periods of time, and some details to be worked out about how this was going to work by the 1st of July.
Yes, that's my reading of the email.
Information provided to the ATO is set out in a summary of the workshop which occurred on page 9690, and the summary of that workshop is set out there, if that could be called out, thank you. And it was clear that from the third dot point that what was communicated, in addition to the urgency which was already understood, was that the Department of Human Services had made a commitment to the government that this should start on the 1st of July. And so that highlighted the need to make something happen by that point in time. And that's how you understood that email.
Yes, that's my understanding of the email.
And that they wanted to start the selections against their clients from early September.
Yes, again, that I read that as saying that they want to have some data in early September so they can start analysing the data.
And are you aware now that the online compliance intervention program was in full swing, or was operating at full scale from September onwards?
My understanding is that it was certainly operating by the end of 2016.
Is that a convenient time this afternoon?
Yes, it is. 10 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes, thank you.
Until 10.
All rise. Royal Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.